Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Contaminated Fuel, Deadly Gas Station Deception. The sun was sinking fast behind the distant hills, painting the sky with bruised purples and dull oranges. When the sign finally appeared, a weathered green rectangle sagging on rusted poles, I pulled off and headed toward the little gas station that looked halfway forgotten by time. It squatted at the edge of the road, surrounded by scrubby bushes and a gravel lot pocked with puddles from some recent rain. The flickering neon open sign buzzed unevenly, casting an eerie blue glow on the cracked windows. The smell of gasoline mixed with something else, a faint, sharp tang that made my nostrils flare before I could place it. I stepped out and stretched, the evening air cooler than I expected, a slight breeze stirring the dry leaves at my feet. The gas pumps stood in a row, each with its own faded label, regular, premium, diesel. The numbers were peeling off, the paint chipped and sun-bleached. It felt like I was stepping into a forgotten corner of the world, one that time had passed by and left behind. Still, it was better than running dry out there. The attendant was a man in his late 50s, maybe early 60s, with a stained baseball cap pulled low over his forehead. His face was weathered, the skin rough and cracked like old leather, and his eyes darted away quickly when I met his gaze. There was something about him, something that didn't quite settle right in my chest, but I shook it off. Probably just tiredness. Or paranoia. "Regular, please," I said, sliding my card into the reader. The machine beeped and whirred as the pump clicked on. He nodded but didn't say much, just leaned back against the doorframe, watching me with a kind of half-interest. I glanced around the lot. A single pickup truck sat by the far pump, an old man fiddling under its hood. No other customers. I lifted the nozzle and slipped it in, the smell of the fuel sharp and biting. The numbers rolled up on the digital display, and I watched the tank fill, the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones steady and familiar. Still, something nagged at me, a flicker of doubt. I glanced back at the attendant, but he was busy wiping his hands on a rag, eyes fixed on the sky now, as if waiting for something. I told myself it was nothing. Just a long day. The kind of day that makes you question everything for no good reason. Once the tank was full, I replaced the nozzle and grabbed the receipt. The attendant gave me a brief nod, then turned and disappeared inside the station, the bell above the door jingling faintly. I slid back into the driver's seat, the door creaking as I shut it behind me. The engine sputtered once, twice, and then caught with a reluctant growl. Pulling away from the pumps, I noticed the pickup truck was still there, the old man now sitting on the hood, staring out at the empty road. The lot's single streetlight flickered erratically, like a weak heartbeat in the growing dark. About 10 miles down the road, just as the last light drained from the sky, the engine hiccuped again. Then sputtered harder. My hands clenched the steering wheel as the car jerked, the dashboard lights dimming until everything went dark. No warning. No slow fade. Dead. I coasted off onto the shoulder, the gravel crunching under my tires, and killed the ignition. Silence. Complete silence except for the soft rush of the wind through the cracked window. I tried the key again. Nothing. The gas gauge hovered stubbornly on full, but I knew better. The car wasn't drinking the fuel. Something was wrong. My throat tightened as I pulled out my phone, no signal. Not even a flicker. The road stretched ahead, empty and unhelpful, swallowed quickly by night. Behind me, the faint glow of the gas station blinked like a distant lighthouse, but the place looked different somehow, darker, colder. Like it was holding its breath. I stepped out, the cool air brushing against my skin, and looked back toward the pumps. the fading daylight caught on the small print beneath the pump labels. I squinted. Diesel, premium, regular. The same as before, but now the letters seemed off, unevenly spaced, almost as if someone had tried to replace them hastily. That's when I noticed the other cars. A silver sedan parked crookedly near the station, its driver pacing nervously by the door. A dusty SUV, its engine off, with a woman sitting inside, staring ahead blankly. All of them stranded. All of us stuck in the same strange, silent trap. I walked back toward the pumps, fingers brushing the cold metal, the faint hum of the flickering neon buzzing in my ears. The taste of dirt and gasoline hung in the air, bitter and wrong. Something about the labels wasn't right. Something about the fuel hadn't been right from the start. I looked up at the old man by the pickup again. He was standing now, watching me with those tired eyes. His mouth moved, but I couldn't hear what he said. Maybe I didn't want to. The wind picked up, rattling the loose sign above the station, and the night closed in around us like a slow, tightening noose. I swallowed hard, the dry scrape in my throat louder than the distant call of a lone dog. This wasn't just a breakdown. Not just bad luck. Something more deliberate was going on, and I was right in the middle of it. The wind had settled into a low moan by the time I took a breath and started moving again. I needed to make sense of the pumps. Whatever was in my tank wasn't gasoline, that much was clear. The sputtering, the dying engine, it all pointed to something wrong, and the labels on those pumps were the only clues I had. But how could the entire station be so off? Was it a mistake? Or something worse? The flickering neon light above buzzed again, casting uneven shadows over the station's peeling paint. The air smelled sharper now, less like dirt and gas, more like metal left out to rust. I stepped closer to the pumps, running my fingers along the rough edges of the warning signs. They looked old, worn out. The kind of neglect you'd expect from a station that hadn't been checked in years. But the pumps themselves looked almost new, shiny and clean, like someone had replaced them recently and slapped on the wrong labels without a second thought. I squinted at the stickers. Regular unleaded. Premium. Diesel. They were all there, in the right places, or so I thought. But if the fuel in my tank was wrong, then what I'd been sold as regular wasn't regular at all. Hey, I called out, not sure who I was aiming at. The old man shuffled closer, his boots scraping against the cracked concrete. Did you notice anything weird about these pumps? Like, maybe they're switched around? He rubbed his chin, a slow, deliberate movement. Noticed? Son, I've been coming here for years. This place has been run by the same family since forever. Ain't never been a problem. His voice was gravelly, like sandpaper rubbing against old wood. I wanted to believe him, but the unease in my gut wasn't fading. I don't think it's a problem anymore, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. My car died after I filled up. And that woman over there, her SUV's dead, too. Same story. He looked over at the SUV, then back at me. Strange thing, he muttered. Not like the pumps to mess up. Maybe the fuel got contaminated somewhere. I frowned. Contaminated how? Who'd do that? He shrugged, but didn't meet my eyes. Don't rightly know. Folks out here don't usually cause trouble. I felt the cold air press against my neck, the way it always does just before a storm. A shiver ran down my spine, not from the chill but from the silence. The other drivers were still inside their vehicles, their faces hidden in shadows. No one else had approached. No one else was talking. I thought about the fuel labels again. If the pumps were mislabeled, then everyone who filled up tonight was running on the wrong stuff. Stranded miles from help, in the dark. That meant more than just inconvenience. It meant danger. I turned back to the pumps, examining the nozzle I'd used. The little tag dangling from it was faded, but I could just make out the word premium. My fault, maybe I'd grabbed the wrong one without thinking. But then why was the SUV's tank dead, too? And the pickup? And the sedan parked by the roadside? The thought made my mouth dry. What if this wasn't a mistake? What if it was deliberate? I tapped the metal casing, listening to the hollow sound it made. Suddenly, the faint crunch of gravel behind me made me spin around. The woman in the SUV had gotten out. Her movements were slow, deliberate, as if she was testing the ground beneath her feet. She walked toward me, eyes wide but unfocused. "You think it's the fuel?" she asked, voice low and shaky. Her hands twisted the strap of her bag nervously. "Everyone's stuck. No one can get going." "Yeah," I said. "I'm starting to think the pumps got switched. Or worse." She nodded, biting her lip. "I tried calling for help earlier. No signal. Nothing." Her gaze flicked to the station's dirty windows and back to me. "It's like we're trapped." The word trapped echoed in my mind, louder than the wind rattling the sign above us. I swallowed hard, tasting the metallic tang of fear rising in my throat. The old man cleared his throat behind me. "You two should head inside. It's getting cold. Maybe we can figure something out once we're out of the wind." I hesitated. Inside the station looked worse than outside. Dust coated every surface, and the flickering fluorescent light overhead buzzed with an annoying rhythm. But shelter was shelter, and the night felt too heavy to face unprotected. Together, we moved inside. The woman introduced herself as Mara, her voice barely above a whisper. She said she was passing through on her way home, just like me. Her eyes darted nervously every few seconds, like she was expecting someone or something to appear. The old man, whose name I learned was Jim, shuffled to the counter and pulled open a drawer. Inside were stacks of old receipts, a broken calculator, and a small, dusty notebook. He flipped it open, revealing handwritten entries dating back months. "Look at this," he said, tapping a line with a finger. "Fuel deliveries. See? Regular, premium, diesel. All supposed to be separate." He squinted at the page. "But lately, the numbers don't add up. Less fuel coming in than what's been sold. Could someone be stealing fuel?" Mara asked. Jim shook his head. "Nope. Too many people stranded out there tonight. This is something else." I leaned over the counter, my fingers tracing the faded ink. The handwriting was shaky, like whoever was keeping track wasn't sure what they were seeing. My eyes caught a note scrawled in the margin, something about a mix-up and supplier issues. The words were vague, but they hinted at a problem deeper than just a bad batch of fuel. Outside, the wind picked up again, rattling the windows. The station's old radio crackled to life, static spilling into the room before a voice cut through, barely audible but urgent. Drivers advised to avoid Route 12. Multiple reports of vehicle failures. Authorities investigating. I straightened up, heart thudding. The voice faded, replaced by static once more. Mara looked at me, eyes wide. "This is bigger than us," I said. "We need to warn anyone who's still out there." Jim nodded slowly. "We can use the station's old phone line, but the line's been acting up. Might not get through." I glanced at the heavy receiver, the cord tangled and frayed. Maybe it was a long shot, but it was all we had. As I lifted the receiver, the light above flickered violently, plunging us into a momentary darkness. When the glow returned, the room seemed colder, the shadows deeper. Silence. Complete silence. I pressed the button to dial. The line was dead. No dial tone. Nothing. A low, creeping dread settled over me as I lowered the receiver. Mara's voice broke the quiet. We can't just stay here. What if someone comes looking for that fuel? For us? Jim's eyes narrowed, all pain flickering across his face. Then we prepare. Because tonight, this place isn't just a station. It's a battleground. And just like that, the night outside deepened, swallowing the fading light. I looked at them both, the woman, the old man, and realized we were alone together, caught in a storm that was only just beginning. The receiver slipped from my fingers, clattering against the counter like a cold warning. No dial tone. Nothing. Dead silence. The room's darkness seemed to press in closer, the flickering light above casting jittery shadows that danced mockingly across peeling paint and dusty shelves. Mara's breath hitched beside me. Jim's face was tight, unreadable. We're cut off, I said, swallowing hard. No calls. No way to reach anyone. Mara's voice cracked. What about cell service? Could we try that? I shook my head. Dead zone out here. I tried earlier. The thought of being stranded in this forgotten stretch of road, miles from town and now from contact, made my stomach twist in a knot. The gas station's pumps, all mislabeled, had already stranded dozens of drivers. Now the lines of stranded cars snaked out beyond the gas station's flickering neon sign, the engines all silent, the air thick with frustration and fear. Jim glanced out the grimy window. People are gonna start getting desperate. Night's coming fast. We need a plan. I nodded, but my mind was spinning. The news broadcast on the old radio had said it plainly: vehicle failures on Route 12 were widespread, and the authorities were investigating. Investigating what? We already knew. The pumps had been switched. Either by accident or design. But who'd do something like that? And why? The idea was too sinister to settle comfortably in my thoughts. The gas station's interior smelled of stale coffee and leaking oil, but beneath that, there was something sharper, metallic, like the scent of old blood, or maybe just rust. I rubbed my hands over my jeans, trying to shake the unease that clung to my skin. We should check the other cars, Mara said suddenly, breaking the silence. See if anyone's hurt or needs help. Jim hesitated. I don't know if that's a good idea. Some folks might not take kindly to strangers poking around their cars, especially with nerves fraying. Better than waiting for something worse to happen, I said. If people get angry, we'll handle it. Outside, the wind rattled the station's sign, the letters buzzing faintly under the weak glow of a dying bulb. A dog barked, somewhere off in the distance, sharp and lonely. I grabbed a flashlight from behind the counter, the beam cutting through the encroaching darkness like an item. Switching it on, I caught Mara's eye. She gave a tight nod, and we stepped out together. Jim followed, locking the door behind us with a soft click that sounded too final. The night air was cold, biting at my cheeks and filling my lungs with a bitter mix of gasoline fumes and damp earth. The ground beneath my boots was rough gravel, crunching loudly with each step. Ahead, the line of cars stretched like a snake frozen in place, their windows reflecting the twitching light from the station sign. Some drivers paced anxiously, others sat slumped behind their wheels, faces pale in the dim glow. I approached the nearest car, a dusty blue sedan with a cracked windshield. The driver's door was open, a woman standing outside, wringing her hands. "Are you okay?" I asked. She looked up, eyes wide and rimmed with red. "My car died just after I left the pump. Said I filled it with regular, but it feels like, I don't know, like it's full of water or something." She swallowed hard. I'm stranded. Everyone is. I nodded, trying to keep my voice steady. You're not alone. We're all stuck here. She glanced toward the station, then back at me. Have you tried calling for help? No signal. Phone line's dead. I gestured back toward the building. We're trying to figure this out. The woman's gaze dropped to the ground. This feels deliberate. Like someone wants us stuck. Vulnerable. A cold shiver ran down my spine. The thought made my skin crawl. Who would gain from this? The idea of a prank seemed too small, too cruel. This was something else. Mara's voice came from behind me, low and urgent. Look at this. I turned. She was crouched near the next car, a dark SUV with its hood open. A man in a high visibility vest stood nearby, muttering under his breath, eyes darting nervously. He looked out of place, too alert, too controlled. Hi, I said, stepping forward. I'm trying to understand what happened here. Do you know anything about the pumps? He glanced at me, then back toward the cluster of stranded vehicles. I'm a mechanic. Was just passing through. His voice was flat, tearful. Something's definitely off. The fuel's all wrong. But the station's been closed for repairs for weeks. No way someone should have been pumping gas. Then how did we all get fuel here? Mara asked, eyes narrowed. He hesitated, then shook his head. Maybe that place isn't as closed as they say. His gaze flicked toward the station's dark windows. Or someone's using it as a trap. The word hit me like a punch in the gut. Trap. Not an accident. Not a random fault. Someone had planned this. A sudden noise shattered the moment, loud banging from the far end of the station, near the storage shed. Everyone froze. A figure emerged from the shadows, tall and slow, hands in pockets. The man in the vest stiffened, stepping back. Who's that? Mara whispered, voice trembling. No idea, I said, gripping the flashlight tighter. My throat went dry. The figure's face was hidden beneath a cap, but the way he moved, deliberate, unhurried, felt wrong. The crowd around us shifted, murmurs spreading like wildfire. Some voices rose in panic, others in suspicion. I caught a flash of something in the man's hand, a small, black object that gleamed faintly in the flashlight's beam. My mind raced. Was it a phone? A camera? Something else? Easy now, I called out, stepping forward. We don't want trouble. The man stopped, then lifted his hand slightly. You don't understand what's happening here, he said, voice calm but cold. This is bigger than any of you. You're all caught in it now. Turning back isn't an option. I swallowed. What are you talking about? Who are you? He smiled thinly, a shadow flickering across his face. Let's just say, I'm the one who made sure you couldn't leave. My heart pounded so hard I could hear it in my ears. Mara gasped, stepping closer to me. Shadows stretched like silent witnesses across the cracked pavement as night began to drape the town in quiet uncertainty. Why? I managed, voice barely more than a whisper. Because some truths need to be faced. And sometimes, you have to stop running to see them. The wind picked up, swirling dust and dead leaves around our feet. The station's neon sign buzzed and sputtered, threatening to die. Behind us, the line of stranded drivers watched, a tide of fear swelling in their eyes. There was no going back. Not now. I glanced once more at the man, his shadow merging with the night. The point of no return had arrived, and whatever game we were caught in was only just beginning. The man's words hit me like a fist. I'm the one who made sure you couldn't leave. His voice was low, almost amused, but there was a steel underneath it that made my skin crawl. Mara's breath caught beside me. I could tell she was trying to steady herself, but failing. The crowd had gone quiet, watching us, waiting. Like predators sizing up prey. I tightened my grip on the flashlight until my knuckles blanched. The beam wavered as my hand shook. What do you mean? Why would you do this? I forced the words out, trying to sound firmer than I felt. The man didn't answer right away. Instead, he glanced over his shoulder, as if checking something behind him. The shadows there seemed to shift, stretching and moving with a life of their own. You don't get it, he said finally, his voice dropping further. This place isn't just a gas station anymore. It's a trap. For everyone who thought they could just drive through and be safe. He gestured broadly to the pumps, the flickering lights above them, the empty streets stretching out into the dark nothingness beyond. I swallowed, the bitter taste of fear rising in my throat. But why? What are you trying to accomplish? His smile was slow and cold. Control. Chaos. Sometimes those two are the same thing. He took a step forward, and I noticed the black object in his hand was a small remote, buttons worn smooth. Fuel's been swapped. Pumps mislabeled. Every car that came through here got poisoned. No one's going anywhere until I say they can. Mara's eyes widened, and suddenly she was beside me, whispering, "We have to get out of here. Now!" But I shook my head, not trusting my voice to carry. I glanced around. The others were frozen, some trying their phones, others looking anxiously toward the highway that vanished into darkness. No signal. No hope. I could almost taste the stale smell of gasoline mixed with something metallic, fear, maybe hanging thick in the air. The man's gaze flicked to the crowd again, and his smile deepened. You're all stranded. And the night is just getting started. A sudden noise broke the tension, a car horn far off, distant but sharp. A few people turned toward the sound, and the man's expression darkened. That's not going to help you. His voice was flat, final. I took a breath, the cold night air filling my lungs, crisp and biting. Listen, I said, stepping closer, you don't have to do this. Whatever this is, it's not too late. Let people go. He laughed then, low and humorless. You don't understand what freedom means here. Not anymore. Not in this place. My mind raced, searching for answers, for a way out. The flashlight's beam caught a glint on the ground, a small pool of spilled fuel reflecting the weak light like a mirror. I crouched, sniffing the air. The gasoline smell was overwhelming, sharp, but beneath it was something else. Something chemical, almost antiseptic. Mara whispered beside me, "What is it?" I shook my head. Not sure. But it smells wrong. The man took a step forward again, calm but deliberate. You're wasting time. Soon, the others will get restless. And then things won't be so peaceful. A ripple passed through the crowd, unease, suspicion, fear. I noticed a few people murmuring, glancing nervously at each other. The tension was thick, a living thing pressing in on us all. Why? I repeated. Why trap a bunch of strangers out here? He paused, as if weighing whether to answer. Then, because sometimes you have to break people down before you can build something new. This place, he gestured at the dark horizon, is a test. A crucible. And you're all part of it. The words felt like a slap, cold and brutal. A test. What kind of test? And who was this man to decide our fate? A sudden shout came from the edge of the crowd. A woman, her voice shaky but desperate, called out, "Please, just let us go. We're not part of whatever this is." The man's smile vanished. His eyes narrowed. "You don't get to choose." He raised the remote again, fingers poised over the buttons. "Not anymore." I stepped forward, heart hammering. "What if we help you? What do you want?" He studied me, as if seeing me for the first time. "Help? Maybe. But help comes at a price." Before I could answer, the lights above the pumps flickered violently, plunging the station into near darkness. The fluorescent bulbs buzzed and sparked, casting long, jittery shadows that danced along the cracked concrete. A low hum filled the air, a mechanical, almost sinister vibration that seemed to thrum in my bones. My skin prickled, and I glanced upward, trying to pinpoint the source. Then, a sudden crash. From behind the station, something heavy hit the ground, echoing through the night. The crowd gasped, shifting uneasily. Mara grabbed my arm. "We need to move. Now!" But the man stayed still, watching us with those cold eyes. "You think you can just walk away? You don't know what's out there." "Out where?" I demanded, voice rising despite myself. His smile returned, thin and cruel. "Darkness. Hunger. The waiting." I blinked. The words made no sense, but the fear in his tone was unmistakable. This wasn't just about stranded cars or mislabeled pumps. There was something else, something worse. A sudden rustling noise came from the tree line beyond the station. Leaves stirred, branches scraping against each other. Someone or something was moving. The crowd tensed, some backing away, others frozen in place. I squeezed Mara's hand, feeling the tremble there matching my own. "Who's there?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. No answer. Only the sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming closer. The man's eyes glinted in the flashlight beam. "You're not alone. And you never were." A cold shiver ran down my spine as the shadows seemed to close in, swallowing the flickering light. I realized then that whatever was out there, it wasn't waiting for permission. The night had claimed us. And the real danger was only beginning. The sun had vanished hours ago, swallowed by the horizon like a secret no one dared to share. Darkness pressed down hard, thick and breathless, wrapping the stranded cars in a quiet that made every creak and groan of the old gas station louder than thunder. I sat behind the cracked steering wheel, hands clenched on the rim, the smell of burnt fuel still stuck in my nostrils. My tank had been filled with what I thought was regular unleaded, but the sputtering engine told a different story, one I could barely understand until the others started to appear. I wasn't alone anymore. The twisted irony of it all was sinking in slowly, like the cold creeping under my collar. Every pump at that station, every single one, had been mislabeled. It wasn't just me stranded, dozens of drivers scattered around, all caught in the same trap, their cars dying one by one like fallen soldiers in a field of cracked asphalt. No cell service, no friendly faces within miles. Just us, and the night. My legs felt shaky as I pushed the door open. The cool air hit me like a wave, sharp and real. I stepped onto the gravel lot, the sharp stones crunching underfoot. Around me, faint murmurs drifted from other vehicles. A few people leaned against their cars, some pacing in circles, others just sitting, heads in their hands. The station's neon sign flickered weakly, buzzing like an old radio barely holding on to its last signal. I started walking toward the convenience store, hoping for answers, or at least some kind of help. The door was locked, the glass grimy, the faded open 24 hours sign feeling like a cruel joke. I noticed the pump labels again. Each one had the wrong name taped over the original sticker, hastily scribbled, peeling at the edges. Whoever did this had no intention of letting anyone leave anytime soon. A voice broke the night, low and hesitant. "Hey! You stuck too?" I turned toward the sound. A woman, maybe in her 40s, with tired eyes and a jacket too thin for the cold, was approaching cautiously. Her breath fogged in the air. She looked like someone who'd seen a few bad days too many. "Yeah," I said, my voice rough. "All of us. It's the pumps, they're all mislabeled. Filled my tank with diesel by mistake. Damn thing sputtered and died." She nodded, biting her lip. "I saw the same thing. My husband and I, we came through here a few hours ago. Thought it was a prank at first. Guess not. We fell into an uneasy rhythm, moving between cars, checking on others. It was strange, this sudden community born out of shared misfortune. Everyone was on edge, but no one was panicking yet. Just waiting." The night deepened. The temperature dropped with it, the cold seeping through my jacket like icy fingers. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked sharply, then went silent. Wind rustled through the dry weeds lining the lot, carrying the faint scent of gasoline mixed with dust and something else, something metallic, sour. I found myself near a group huddled around a small fire someone had managed to start with scraps of paper and lighter fluid. The light was harsh against their faces, shadows stretching grotesquely behind them. I spotted a teenage boy, maybe 16, who looked like he hadn't slept in days. His eyes were wide, scanning constantly, as if expecting something to jump out from the darkness. "Have you called anyone?" I asked him. He shook his head. "No signal. And no one's coming. Not tonight." His words landed hard. "No rescue. No cavalry. Just this an endless night with no clear way out." I swallowed hard and looked up at the sky, where stars were just pinpricks in a velvety blackness. I tried to focus on the familiar constellations, something steady. But the unease gnawed at me. What if this wasn't just a mistake? What if someone had done this on purpose? The thought made the hairs on my arms stand on end. Later, when the fire had dimmed to glowing embers, a man with a clipboard appeared from behind the building. His clothes were neat but stained with grease, and his eyes were sharp, calculating. He introduced himself as the station manager, though his voice carried little comfort. "I know what happened," he said quietly, scanning the crowd. "There was a mix-up with the deliveries. The pumps were switched. It's on us. I'm sorry. Apologies didn't fix the dead engines or the cold creeping into our bones." People murmured, some angry, others resigned. The manager said a repair crew would arrive come morning, but until then, we were all stuck. I caught myself staring at the man, trying to read between his words. There was something off, a tension beneath his calm. Maybe guilt. Or maybe something else. Hours passed. Exhaustion weighed on me like a lead blanket. I found a spot next to my car and curled up as best I could, the gravel digging into my side. Sleep was restless, haunted by the endless dark and the faces of the strangers around me. When dawn finally cracked the sky open, the first light revealed a landscape that felt both familiar and foreign. The gas station, once just a stop on a long road, was now a cage holding us all. But daylight brought clarity. Phones buzzed to life with weak signals. One by one, people managed to call for help, arrange rides, or get directions to the nearest service station outside the dead zone. I stood watching as cars slowly roared back to life, engines coughing but moving. The nightmare was lifting, but the residue remained a bitter taste of vulnerability that clung to my tongue. Before I left, I walked back to the pumps, tracing my fingers over the peeling labels. How easily trust can be broken. How quickly the ordinary can twist into something perilous. Driving away, the road stretched out before me, empty but promising. The weight in my chest wasn't quite gone. Maybe it never would be. But there was something else now, a quiet strength that had settled in, forged in the long, cold night when everything familiar had slipped away. I didn't know what the future held, but I knew one thing for sure. I would never take a simple stop for granted again. Not the warmth of a working engine. Not the promise of a sign that says open. Not the trust we place in the little things, the everyday assurances. Because sometimes, the real horror is in monsters or shadows. It's the silence left behind when the world you know just stops, and you're the one left to face the dark. Story 2, Dead Fuel, a highway trap. I didn't realize how empty that stretch of highway was until the sun dipped below the horizon and left me staring at a gas station that looked like it had been forgotten by time itself. I pulled in just as the sky turned the color of bruises, a deep purple with streaks of dull orange. The air smelled of dust and old rubber, warm, dry, and oddly comforting. My car's engine had been making a faint sputtering noise since the last town, but I told myself it was nothing serious. I was used to the occasional hiccup, especially on long drives. Still, the warning light on the dashboard glowed a persistent ember, casting a soft glow on my knees. The gas station was small. One building, a convenience store with a weathered wooden door, and 2 fuel pumps that looked like relics. I stepped out, the gravel crunching under my boots, and the cold air hit my skin like a slap. The wind was quiet, but there was a distant, low hum, maybe a generator somewhere, or an unseen highway noise swallowed by the night. I reached the pumps and squinted at the labels. Regular and premium, they said. Simple enough. I grabbed the nozzle from the pump marked regular and started filling the tank. The smell of gasoline was sharp and bitter, mixing with the scent of dry earth and something faintly metallic. I glanced toward the store. The windows were dim, with a few flickering fluorescent tubes inside that buzzed softly, casting uneven shadows on the cracked linoleum floor. As the tank filled, I noticed an old man standing near the door, hands in his pockets, watching me. He looked tired, the kind of tired that sinks into your bones and doesn't leave. His face was shadowed beneath a faded baseball cap, but his eyes caught the light and met mine for a moment before he looked away. "Evening," I said, trying to break the silence. He nodded but didn't reply. Instead, he shuffled inside the store. I paid with a crumpled bill, grabbed a bottle of water from the cooler, and stepped back outside. The air was colder now, a creeping chill that made me pull my jacket tighter. The gravel at my feet was uneven, and a few stray leaves rustled in a sudden breeze. Back in the car, I turned the key. The engine groaned, coughed, and then settled into a shaky idle. I pulled away slowly, the headlights cutting through the darkness. The road stretched ahead, empty and silent except for the occasional whisper of wind through the trees. I drove for maybe 5 miles when the sputtering came back, louder this time. The car jerked, the dashboard lights flickered, and then the engine died altogether. I coasted to a stop on the shoulder, the tires crunching dry leaves and gravel. The silence was thick and heavy, pressing in on me from every side. I tried the ignition again. Nothing but a weak click. The car was dead. I stepped out and looked around. No other cars. No signs of life except the distant, intermittent barking of a dog. The sky was a deep black now, pinpricked with stars that didn't offer much comfort. I reached for my phone. No signal. Not even a bar. Just a blank, cold screen. A part of me wanted to laugh at the absurdity. Here I was, stranded on a lonely road, relying on a gas station that felt more like a trap than a refuge. I thought about walking back, but the station was miles behind me, and the woods on either side looked dense and uninviting. I sat on the hood, the metal cool against my back, and tried to think it through. Maybe the fuel was bad. Maybe I'd been careless. But why hadn't anyone else stopped? Had anyone else stopped? I glanced back toward the gas station's flickering sign. The old man was still inside, moving slowly behind the counter. No one else. Then I noticed the other pump, the one labeled premium. It looked newer, cleaner, almost out of place. I'd filled up at the regular without a second thought, but what if the labels were wrong? What if the fuel I'd pumped wasn't what I thought? The thought was absurd. I know how that sounds, but the idea wouldn't leave me alone. There was something off about that place, something not quite right beneath the tired paint and flickering lights. I pulled out my water bottle and took a long drink, the cold liquid burning down my throat. My hands trembled just a little. Maybe it was the cold, or maybe it was the creeping realization that I wasn't just stranded, I was caught in something I didn't understand. Something that maybe no one wanted to talk about. I didn't know what to do next. The sky deepened into night, and the road stretched on, empty and indifferent. I could only wait and hope that someone else would come along, and that their engine wouldn't fail too. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying faint, unsettling sounds, distant footsteps, perhaps, or the rustle of something larger moving just out of sight. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, every nerve on edge. Time seemed to crawl, the silence pressing down heavier with each passing minute. Somewhere deep inside, a small voice urged me to keep moving, to not let the darkness swallow me whole. But the road remained stubbornly empty, offering no answers, only the cold certainty that I was utterly alone. The crunch of leaves underfoot broke through the stillness, sharp and deliberate. I froze, heart hammering, eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of life. A figure emerged, stepping lightly from behind a gnarled oak, tall, cloaked, their face obscured beneath a hood. For a moment, neither of us moved, the tension hanging thick between us like a storm about to break. Then, a voice, low and rough, cut through the silence. "You shouldn't be here." I swallowed hard, trying to steady my breath. "I'm just passing through," I managed, voice barely above a whisper. The figure hesitated, then nodded slowly, as if weighing my words against some unseen measure. "Keep moving," they said, voice edged with warning. "And don't look back." Before I could ask who they were or why they cared, they melted back into the shadows, leaving me alone once more with only the darkness and the lingering echo of their warning. The figure's warning echoed through the cold night air long after they vanished. "Keep moving. And don't look back." I stood frozen, breath shallow, the crunch of leaves beneath my boots suddenly too loud in the heavy silence. The woods seemed to lean in, waiting. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't obey. Instead, I turned slowly, eyes darting back to the gas station's flickering neon sign, the only light in that suffocating darkness. I'd been here before, or maybe it just felt like it. That station, isolated, cracked concrete underfoot, the smell of stale gasoline and old cigarette smoke trapped in the vents always gave me the wrong kind of chill. But there was something new now, something I hadn't quite put together yet. The pumps. The way they didn't add up. The drivers who left here, hopeful and certain, only to die a slow mechanical death miles down the road. Engines sputtering, brakes failing, radios cutting out. But no one would admit there was a problem. Not the station attendants, not the drivers. Nothing ever officially broke. Just silent sabotage. I shoved my hands deep into my jacket pockets and headed back toward the station. The gravel crunched underfoot, harsh, unforgiving. Inside, the fluorescent lights buzzed, casting long shadows on the cracked linoleum floor. The few shelves were sparsely stocked, dusty cans of oil, a couple of snacks, faded maps curling at the edges. The air was thick with something I couldn't name, a mixture of motor oil and stale sweat. Behind the counter, a woman looked up, her eyes sharp but guarded. "You again?" she said, voice flat, almost bored. "Not much traffic tonight." I cleared my throat, trying to keep my voice steady. "I need to understand something. About the pumps." I gestured vaguely toward the outside. She shrugged, the movement slow, deliberate. "They work fine. Everyone says so." "Everyone?" I echoed, frowning. "Does that include the drivers who called for help on the side of the road? The ones whose engines died a few miles out?" Her gaze flickered, maybe a flicker of something like annoyance. "Road problems happen everywhere. You don't think it's just coincidence?" I leaned forward, lowering my voice. "I don't believe in coincidences anymore. Not here." My fingers tapped nervously against the counter's chipped varnish. "Look, I don't want trouble. I just want to know why every car that fills up here breaks down. Why no one admits it." She didn't answer. Just stared at me like I was a puzzle she didn't want to solve. Then, quietly, "Maybe you're looking in the wrong place." Her words hung heavy between us. I wanted to press further, but a sudden noise caught my attention, a faint tapping at the back door. My head snapped around. From the shadowed corner of the store stepped a man. He was tall, lean, with a face like weathered stone and eyes that didn't quite meet mine. "You're poking where you shouldn't," he said, voice low, deliberate. "This place isn't what it seems." I swallowed hard, the knot in my stomach tightening. "Hard to believe, I know." "What is it, then? Why are the pumps mislabeled? Why does no one fix the problem?" He shook his head slowly. "Because it's bigger than broken engines. It's about control." A bitter laugh escaped him. "You want to know the truth? You're already part of it." Before I could ask what he meant, the woman behind the counter cut in. "We don't owe you anything. You want answers? Go find them elsewhere." Her tone was icy, but there was a flicker of fear beneath it. I caught the slight tremble in her hands, the quick dart of her eyes toward the door. Something was wrong. Something dangerous. The man stepped closer, lowering his voice even further. "Look, if you want out, you'll play by their rules. But if you don't," he let the threat hang there like a shadow. I shook my head, anger bubbling up despite the chill in my veins. "I can't just walk away. Too many people are stuck in this loop already. I have to figure it out." He studied me for a long moment, then nodded. "Fine. But don't say I didn't warn you." Outside, the night had deepened. The wind picked up, rustling dead leaves like whispered warnings. I stepped out, the cold air biting at my cheeks, and glanced back at the pumps. The labels were faded, smeared, almost unreadable in the gloom. I reached out, fingers tracing the worn plastic, the rough edges scratching my skin. A sudden realization hit me. These weren't just mislabeled by accident. It was deliberate. A trap. I pulled out my phone, but the screen stayed dead. No signal. Not surprising, but the isolation hit harder than I expected. The gas station sat like a forgotten island in a sea of dark, empty roads. I wasn't alone anymore, though. The man's words echoed in my mind, control. The woman's fear. The figure in the woods. This place was a cage, and I was trapped inside. I decided to start small. To test the pumps myself. If I could figure out what was wrong, maybe I could break the cycle. Maybe I could help the others. The first step was simple: record everything. Every label, every sound, every scent. The smell of burnt rubber faint in the air, the metallic tang of fuel lingering on my tongue, the distant hum of a generator somewhere beyond the trees. I made my way around the station, flashlight in hand, noting every detail. The pumps were old but maintained just enough to look functional. The lines and hoses appeared intact. Yet, the numbers on the dials didn't match the amount the pumps claimed to deliver. Something was off. I crouched down to peer at the underground tanks. The metal was cold and rough, covered in patches of rust. I ran my fingers along the surface, trying to imagine what kind of tampering could be happening below. Maybe the fuel was being switched underground. Diesel put in the gasoline tank or vice versa. A cruel trick, but effective. I stood up, heart thumping. I had to test it. But how? I glanced around. The parking lot was empty except for one car, a battered old sedan parked near Pump 3. Its driver was nowhere in sight. The engine was cold. No sign of life. Curiosity won over caution. I slipped into the driver's seat and turned the key. The engine coughed, then sputtered to life. I eased out of the lot and onto the narrow road, headlights cutting through the darkness. Just a few miles down, the car began to shudder violently. The dashboard warning lights blinked on, one after another. The engine hiccuped, then died in a choking gasp. I sat there, breath coming fast, the car silent except for the ticking of the cooling engine. The road stretched ahead empty, unforgiving. Behind me, the gas station's neon sign flickered faintly, like a distant heartbeat. I realized then that this wasn't just about bad luck or faulty pumps. It was something more insidious, a deliberate, systematic trap designed to isolate, to control, to trap anyone who dared to trust this place. And now, I was caught in it. My hands trembled as I reached for the door handle. I wasn't sure if I could leave. Or if I even wanted to, because somewhere, buried beneath the fear and suspicion, a stubborn thread of hope wound tight. Maybe, just maybe, I could find a way out. But first, I had to survive the night. The engine's silence pressed in on me like a weight. I sat frozen, hands gripping the steering wheel, ears straining for anything beyond the faint ticking of the cooling motor. The night was thick around the road, the only sound a distant, intermittent bark like a dog, but confused, maybe hurt. The gas station was miles behind me, a dark blot on the horizon. And now I was stranded too. I tried the ignition again. Nothing but a rough wheeze, a protest. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. This wasn't just a coincidence. The pumps had to be the problem. But how? I'd seen the rusted patches, the grime, the smell of stale diesel mixed with gasoline fumes. Somewhere beneath the surface, the fuel was swapped. A cruel trick, yes, but who would do this? And why? I looked down the road. No lights. No cars. Just the empty stretch of cracked asphalt disappearing into the dark. No signal on my phone either, not that I'd expected any. This place was a dead zone, a black hole for signals and hope alike. I reached into the glove compartment, pulling out the crumpled receipt from the gas station. Pump 3. That old sedan. The same number where this car had been left. The driver had vanished. I kept turning the receipt over, as if it might give me answers. It didn't. The dashboard clock blinked 11:47. Hours ago, I'd rolled in, thinking this would just be a quick stop. Fill up, grab a snack, get moving. But now I was stuck. Like everyone else. I dug into my pockets, finding the small flashlight I always kept in the car. The beam cut through the darkness, slicing chunks of light from the night. I stepped out, closing the door gently behind me so as not to attract attention. The cold air hit my face, sharp and biting. I walked back toward the gas station, the flashlight beam bouncing over cracked concrete and faded yellow lines. The pumps were still there, silent sentinels in the darkness. The one I'd used looked ordinary enough, but the more I stared, the more I noticed subtle oddities. The pump numbers weren't just faded, they seemed deliberately switched. The labels for diesel and unleaded had been swapped. That rusted patch wasn't just decay, it was a cover-up. I walked to the station's front door and tried the handle. Locked. Through the grimy window, I could see the dim glow of the cash register's standby light. No sign of the attendant. No sign of anyone. I circled the building, the flashlight revealing scuff marks on the walls, as if someone had been dragged or had braced themselves there. My stomach tightened. I wasn't the first to suspect something. Maybe others had tried to expose it, only to disappear or be silenced. Then I noticed a scrap of paper wedged under the door. A note, folded twice, edges frayed. I slipped it out carefully, my fingers trembling a little. The handwriting was hurried, jagged. Don't trust the pumps. They lie. We're trapped. Help if you can. No signature. No name. My pulse jumped. This wasn't just a prank, it was a warning. But from whom? And how many others had read that same note, their engines faltering miles from here? The thought was suffocating. I dug my phone out again. Still no signal. I looked back down the road. No headlights. No movement. The night felt suffocatingly still, as if the world itself were holding its breath. But I wasn't alone. I could feel it. The car behind me, the one left at the pump. Someone was inside, or had been. Did they leave the note? Or was it someone else? I didn't want to find out. Not yet. I retreated to the car, locking the doors with a click that sounded too loud. The interior smelled faintly of gasoline and old leather, a strange comfort in this strange place. I sat back, heart hammering, mind racing. If the pumps were mislabeled, swapping diesel for gasoline, that explained the engine failures. Diesel in a gasoline engine would come it up, stall it out. But why would anyone do this deliberately? Sabotage? Revenge? Or something else entirely? I tried to piece it together. Every driver who filled up here ended up stranded. No one admitted the problem. Maybe they were afraid. Or maybe they were in on it. A creeping suspicion settled over me. What if the gas station was a trap? A snare designed to catch travelers, isolate them? And once you're trapped, what happens next? The thought made my skin crawl. I pulled out the receipt again and stared at the faded logo on the top, something I hadn't noticed before. The station's name was just a series of scratched-out letters. Almost as if someone had tried to erase its identity. But why? I tried the ignition one more time. The engine turned over, coughed, and then died again. No amount of coaxing would bring it back. I slumped into the seat. The heater hummed quietly, but it wasn't enough to cut the chill crawling up my spine. Suddenly, headlights appeared far down the road, growing brighter. Relief washed over me, warm and sudden. Maybe help had come. But as the car approached, I noticed the driver's window was rolled down, and a figure leaned out, watching me with an unreadable expression. They slowed, then stopped a few feet away, engine idling. The driver's face was pale under the streetlight, eyes sharp and cold. Not friendly. Not helpful. You shouldn't be here, he said, voice low, gravelly. His gaze flicked to the pumps, then back to me. Nobody leaves once they've filled up. I swallowed hard. The car behind him was another battered sedan, the same make as mine, dusted with the same neglect. Why? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. He shrugged, a small, humorless smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Because the gas station doesn't want us to. And neither does anyone else out here. The words hit me like a punch. I glanced down the road again. No way forward. The gas station behind me, locked tight. The stranger beside me, watching. I was trapped. No matter what I did, there was no turning back. The car's engine stuttered, and the stranger's eyes narrowed. Looks like you're one of us now, he said. Night descended with a heavy silence, swallowing the roadside in a darkness that felt impossibly thick and endless. I didn't know what that meant, but the weight of it crushed me. I was caught in a cycle I couldn't escape, one that had already claimed too many. And whatever was waiting next wasn't going to let me leave. The engine stuttered again, a ragged cough that echoed in the still night air. The stranger's eyes didn't leave me, not even for a second. I swallowed, tasting the acrid tang of fear mixed with exhaust fumes, and the faint bitterness of cold coffee long gone stale. The cracked dashboard beneath my fingers felt sticky, as if moisture had gathered there in the night, though the air was dry enough to crack skin. You're one of us now, he said, voice low and rough like gravel scraping against stone. His words hung between us, heavy and suffocating. I wanted to say something, anything. But my throat was dry, my mouth a desert. Instead, I reached for the door handle, hesitating before I pushed it open. The cold night air hit me like a slap. Somewhere behind the gas station, a dog barked far off, sharp and sudden, breaking the silence. I don't want to be one of you, I said, voice shaking despite myself. I just want to get out. He laughed then, a sound without humor. You think anyone's getting out? Not once they've filled up here. His words pressed into my chest, squeezing the breath out. I glanced back at the pumps, their faded numbers barely visible in the weak glow of the flickering overhead light. The labels were wrong. I'd known that for hours. But no one wanted to admit it. The drivers who came here, they filled their tanks, drove off, and then engine failure. Stranded. They didn't talk about it openly, though. Not here. Not ever. I rubbed my hands together to warm them, my skin rough and raw from gripping the steering wheel too tightly. The stranger leaned closer, his breath cold and stale, smelling faintly of cigarettes and something metallic oil, maybe. You don't get it, he said. This place, it's a trap. We're all caught. The pumps lie, the gas kills your engine, and then you're stuck. No calls, no rides. Just the road stretching out empty and dead. I swallowed hard, the knot in my stomach tightening. Why? Why would anyone do this? His eyes flicked toward the darkened gas station building, then back to me. Profit, control, fear. Pick one. Or all three. It's not about fixing cars. It's about breaking people. A shiver ran down my spine as the wind picked up, carrying the scent of burnt rubber and dry dust. The cracked pavement beneath my feet felt uneven, as if the gas station itself was slowly sinking into the earth. I stepped away from the car, the soles of my shoes scraping against the rough gravel. There were 2 other cars parked nearby, their headlights off, engines silent. I could hear muffled voices from one of them, whispers, tense and quick. I wasn't alone. None of us were. I tried to catch a glimpse of the driver in the second car. A woman, I thought, from the shape and the way she shifted in her seat. But her face was hidden in shadow, and when I looked directly, she pulled back, disappearing from view like a ghost. I wanted to speak to her, ask if she knew what was really going on, but the stranger's voice stopped me. Don't, he said. No one talks. Not here. Not after dark. His words felt like a warning, sharp and final. Yet my curiosity gnawed at me. I had to understand, to find out why everyone was so silent, so afraid. I glanced back at my car. The engine's sputter had stopped, replaced by an ominous silence. The dashboard lights flickered weakly, like a heartbeat fading. I touched the steering wheel again, feeling the cold plastic beneath my fingers. What happens if I don't fill up here? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. The stranger's face twisted, something like anger, or was it desperation, flashing in his eyes. Then you run on empty. And you'll find yourself walking. Maybe forever. I shuddered, the image of endless, empty roads stretching out under a merciless sun, no one coming to help. I thought of the others, stranded, broken down. People who once had stories, families, plans. Now just warnings. A sudden noise startled me, a car door slamming shut down the road. My head snapped toward the sound. A figure emerged from the shadows, moving with slow, deliberate steps toward the gas station. The stranger's gaze sharpened instantly. "Keep your distance," he muttered. I did as told, stepping back into the shadows by my car. The newcomer was tall, wearing a jacket that looked worn and stained, but I couldn't make out his face in the dim light. He stopped near the pumps, eyes scanning the area like a predator. Then he spoke, voice low and urgent. "Did you hear about the last guy?" he asked the stranger. "The one who tried to report the pumps." The stranger shook his head slowly. "No one reports anything. Not here." The newcomer's lips pressed tight. He went off the road. Engine ceased halfway to the next town. No help. No signal. Just gone. Something cold and empty opened in my chest. Gone. The word echoed in the night, swallowing sound. I stepped closer, unable to stop myself. "What do you mean, gone? Like disappeared?" They both turned to me, faces unreadable. The newcomer's eyes flicked to the gas station's locked doors, then back. "No one leaves," he said quietly. "Not once they've filled up." I shook my head, the cold pressing in on me. "But I have to leave. I have to." The stranger's smile returned, thin and humorless. "Then you'd better figure out what you're dealing with." I glanced around, feeling the weight of their gazes like chains. The night pressed down, thick and suffocating. Somewhere close, a dog barked again, slower this time, lonelier. I looked back to my car. The faint glow of the dashboard warnings blinked in the dark. I knew I had to make a choice, stay and sink deeper into this trap, or risk the unknown by trying to outrun it. I didn't trust the pumps. I didn't trust the gas station. But most of all, I didn't trust the silence, the way everyone here avoided the truth like it was poison. The stranger's voice cut through my spiraling thoughts. "You'll see soon enough." I swallowed hard, hands trembling. The night had teeth. And it was closing in fast. I wanted to believe there was a way out. But the road behind me was empty, dark, and endless. The road ahead was a shadow, waiting to swallow me whole. And somewhere in that darkness, the engines were dying. One by one. I sat in the driver's seat, the cold leather sticky against my skin, and watched the needle on the gas gauge inch toward full. The stranger's words echoed in my head. "You'll see soon enough." I'd never wanted to believe anyone less. I remember how the night had felt thick and suffocating, like being wrapped in damp cloth that refused to dry. The barking dog, slow and lonely, was the only sound that punctuated the silence. Now, in the pale light, the silence was a different kind. It was waiting. I thought about the pumps, about how they had been mislabeled, How every driver who took the bait filled their tanks with what they thought was safe fuel ended up stranded miles from any help, their engines sputtering like wounded animals. The gas station was a trap, but no one wanted to admit it. They were all complicit in the same unspoken lie, trapped together in a cycle they couldn't or wouldn't break. I didn't trust any of it, but I also realized I didn't trust myself. Had I imagined the mislabeling? The hurried, almost desperate way the attendants avoided eye contact? The way the other drivers talked around the problem, never naming it like it was a curse. My phone was dead. No signal anyway. I was alone, except for the others who'd been caught in this strange, cruel loop. I took a deep breath and stepped out of the car. The cold morning air bit at my skin, sharp and real. I needed answers, or at least, I needed to try. Inside the station, the flickering fluorescent light above the counter buzzed, casting a sickly glow over the cracked linoleum floor. The clerk was there, behind the register, but his eyes were hollow. He didn't say a word as I approached, just stared at me like I was another ghost passing through. "Why won't anyone talk about the pumps?" I asked, my voice rough. "Why does every car break down?" He blinked slowly, then looked away. "It's the road," he said finally, voice low and tired. "The gas is fine. You just need to be careful." Careful? I wanted to laugh, but the bitterness stuck in my throat. Careful how? How do you explain every single engine failure? He shrugged as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Sometimes engines fail. I shook my head. No. It's the fuel. The labels are wrong. I checked. I saw. His gaze sharpened, and he leaned forward. You don't want to know the truth. Better to keep driving, hoping for the best. Hope isn't going to fix anything, I said. He gave me a slow, sad smile, then turned back to the shadows behind the counter. I left the station, my boots crunching on the gravel. Everyone else was gone, or maybe they never existed, or maybe they'd slipped away in the night. The pump stood silent, but I knew they were watching, waiting for the next victim. I walked back to my car, heart hammering. I had to decide, stay here and become part of the story, or leave and risk the engines dying under me, miles from help. I chose to leave. The engine coughs were subtle at first, like a quiet protest that grew louder with every mile. I kept the car in low gear, coasting down the empty highway, eyes darting to the rearview mirror where the gas station sign faded into the distance, a crooked smile in the dawn. My hands trembled on the wheel. The car shuddered, then stalled near a bend in the road surrounded by scrub and dry grass. The silence that followed was absolute, pressing in on me from all sides. I sat back, breathing hard, tasting dust and sweat and something metallic again. The engine was dead, just like the others. I was stranded. That's when I saw it, a figure on the horizon, walking slowly toward me. Not the stranger from the night before, but someone else. A woman, her clothes dusty, eyes sharp but tired. She stopped a few feet away, nodded without a word, then crouched beside the car and opened the hood. Her hands worked quickly, fingers tracing the engine's parts like she knew them intimately. I watched her, fascinated and unnerved. She looked up, meeting my eyes. "Wrong fuel," she said simply. I nodded, unable to speak. The cycle was real. It wasn't just a story or a cruel joke. It was a trap, and we were caught in it. She didn't offer to fix it. Instead, she pulled out a small notebook from her jacket, flipped it open, and showed me a list of names, dates, and mile markers. They were all people like me, drivers stranded, broken down, caught in the same endless loop. "We're the ones left behind," she said quietly. "The ones who figured it out, but couldn't escape." I felt the weight of her words settle in my chest like a stone. The gas station wasn't just a place. It was a machine, a system built on silence and denial, on people too afraid or too broken to fight back. "Why don't you leave?" I asked. She shrugged. "Because sometimes leaving means dying somewhere worse. Out here, at least we wait together." Together. The word felt strange and cold. I thought about the strangers at the station, their hollow eyes, their quiet acceptance. I realized then that the horror wasn't just the broken engines or the false fuel. It was the quiet complicity, the slow erosion of trust and hope. We sat there in the early light, two stranded souls bound by the same restless road. She looked at me again, eyes searching. "You can't fix this by yourself," she said. "But maybe you can start by telling the truth." The truth. I swallowed hard. I thought about the long drive ahead, the miles of empty road, the engines that would falter behind me. I thought about the silence, thick and suffocating, waiting to swallow me whole. I made a decision then, not just to survive, but to break the cycle. Back at the gas station, I'd taken pictures of the pumps, recorded the mismatched labels, gathered what little evidence I could. I'd write it all down, send it somewhere, anywhere where someone might listen. I'd face the suspicion, the denial, the isolation. Because silence wasn't protection. It was poison. As the sun climbed higher, baking the cracked asphalt, I turned the key in the ignition again. The engine roared to life, hesitant but alive. I didn't know how far I'd get. I didn't know if the road behind me would ever be safe again. But I drove forward, leaving the gas station and its quiet prisoners behind. Sometimes, survival isn't about escape. It's about carrying the weight of what you've seen and refusing to let it go. And maybe, just maybe, that's enough. Story 3, Temporal Lockdown, Haunted Rentals Time Loop. The keyless entry on the front door blinked a dull red as I fumbled with my phone, trying to make sense of the glitch. I'd been looking forward to this trip for months, a break from the noise of city life and the endless emails. Work had been relentless, especially after the promotion, and the idea of a quiet week in a small-town rental had felt like a balm. Now, standing inside this dim hallway, the quiet felt less like relief and more like a weight pressing down on me. Air thick, still. Outside, distant sounds of lawnmowers and barking dogs mingled with the occasional honk from the nearby highway, but here, it was like the owls sucked all the life out of the air. My suitcase hit the floor with a muted thud. I rubbed my palms together, trying to shake the clamminess, and glanced around. The place was quaint, definitely not the sleek modern style the photos had shown. The peeling wallpaper, the faded floral print on the curtains, the uneven floors, it felt like stepping into a time capsule, except one that smelled like sweat and old cigarettes. I shrugged off the unease, telling myself it was part of the charm. I set my phone on the kitchen counter, its screen lighting up with a notification from the rental app, Smart Lock System Update available. I ignored it. Too much already. I just wanted to get settled. The kitchen was small, the counters cluttered with dusty jars and a half-empty bottle of olive oil that looked like it hadn't been touched in years. I opened the fridge. The hum was louder than I expected, and inside, a couple of half-rotten lemons and a carton of expired milk stared back at me. I shut it quickly, the sour smell lingering. I grabbed a bottle of water from my bag, took a sip, and let the cold trickle down my throat. The taste was bland, but refreshing. I wandered into the living room, where the couch sagged in the middle, and the curtains hung unevenly. A ceiling fan spun lazily, creaking with every rotation. Outside, the sun was dipping low behind the trees, casting long shadows across the wooden floor. The light flickered briefly once, twice, and I blinked, wondering if I'd imagined it. I shrugged again. Probably the wiring. My phone buzzed. It was a text from my sister. "Have you checked in yet? Send me a pic." I fumbled with the phone, thumbs hesitating before snapping a quick photo of the living room. I sent it with a lame caption, "Here. Looks cozy." I didn't want to admit I was already feeling off. The message came back instantly. "Looks like a haunted house. Watch out for ghosts." I laughed, but it sounded hollow. The idea of ghosts was ridiculous, but the silence inside the house was unnerving, like the walls were listening. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just fatigue. The drive had been longer than expected, 3 hours through winding roads and endless cornfields, and my brain was still half in the city. I pulled the curtains aside to check the street. A few cars passed by, their tires humming on the asphalt. A kid on a bike waved at me, but I didn't wave back. I just watched until he disappeared around the corner. Something about the quietness beyond the road made me uneasy, like the world had moved on without me. That night, I lay on the creaky bed, the sheets scratchy against my skin. The ceiling fan spun above, the air too warm, too still. I stared at the cracked plaster and the faint outline of a water stain. Outside, a dog barked twice, then silence. Complete silence. I closed my eyes, but sleep didn't come. Instead, I replayed the day, the glitchy lock, the flickering light, the strange heaviness in the air. I told myself I was imagining things. I had to be. The next morning, I woke with a headache and a strange taste in my mouth, like metal. I couldn't place it. I checked my phone. No new messages. No missed calls. But the time felt wrong. The clock on the microwave said 9:15 a.m., but it didn't feel like morning. The light through the window was harsher, colder. I rubbed my eyes, sat up, and then froze. My suitcase was packed neatly at the foot of the bed. I hadn't done that. I was sure of it. I walked into the living room. The door was locked. I didn't remember locking it. My phone was on the kitchen counter, exactly where I'd left it, but the screen was locked. I checked the time again. Something was off. I pulled out my phone and opened the rental app. The smart lock status said, "Locked. Last opened, 12:47 p.m. That couldn't be right. It was only 9:15 according to the microwave. I frowned, tapping the screen again. The app froze. I tried the lock manually. The green light came on instantly. The door clicked, but when I stepped outside, the street was empty. No cars. No kids. No sounds beyond the distant highway. The air was still. I looked down the street. The houses looked the same, but the mailboxes had different names. Different numbers. I blinked hard. Was I dreaming? No. I was wide awake. I tried to call my sister. No answer. The signal was weak, the spinning wheel of connection mocking me. I swallowed hard and walked back inside, locking the door behind me. That's when I noticed the calendar hanging crooked on the wall. The date was wrong. Like it had slipped back a day. I sat down, my hands trembling slightly. The coffee maker on the counter sputtered to life, even though I hadn't turned it on. The smell of burnt coffee filled the room, sharp and bitter. I covered my mouth. Something about this place didn't add up. I checked the lock again. The light flickered to red. The app crashed completely. I tried the door once more, but the click was slower this time, hesitant, as if it didn't want me to leave. Outside, the silence deepened. And I realized then, with a sinking feeling, that this vacation rental wasn't just a break from my normal life, it was something else entirely. Something that was already starting to take hold, and I wasn't sure I'd get out the same. I sat on the edge of the couch, the crooked calendar glaring at me like a bad joke. Something about this place was off. Not just the glitchy lock or the weird calendar. It felt less like a vacation rental and more like a puzzle I wasn't meant to solve. But I couldn't stop myself. I had to dig deeper. The app on my phone crashed again when I tried to open the door. The lock's red light blinked slowly, like it was hesitating, calculating whether to let me out or keep me in. I checked the time on my phone. 4 hours had vanished. I was certain I'd only been inside for a short while. How did 4 hours disappear? I could recall nothing of what I'd done during that stretch, blank space where memory should have been. I pulled on my coat, grabbed my keys, and tried the door again. The lock clicked open with a slow, reluctant sound. The hallway outside was darker than I remembered, the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows bulb in the fixture buzzing faintly, its glow dim and flickering. I stepped out, breathing in the thick, cold air that smelled faintly of damp earth and distant rain. The street was empty. Too empty. I pulled out my phone and dialed my sister's number. No answer. I left a message, voice shaking slightly. Hey, it's me. Something's wrong here. I don't know what, but I need you to call me back when you get this, okay? I tucked the phone away and started walking. The neighborhood was unfamiliar, yet it felt like I'd been here before. I passed a house with peeling paint and a crooked fence, the squeak of its gate swinging in the wind. A dog barked far off, but no other sound stirred. No children playing, no cars passing. Just the low hum of the streetlights and the distant echo of my footsteps. I tried to take note of anything that might help me piece together what was going on. The street signs looked faded, the letters half-worn, like no one had bothered to replace them in decades. The air was heavy, like it was waiting for something. Back at the rental, I started to search for clues. I pulled open drawers in the kitchen. Mostly empty, save for a few dusty utensils, a half-empty box of cereal that had yellowed with age, and a calendar on the fridge that was upside down. I flipped it right side up and found that the dates were jumbled, days out of order. It made no sense. The bedroom door creaked as I opened it. The sheets were rumpled, as if someone had been lying there recently, but the bed was cold. I ran my fingers over the pillow, feeling the rough texture of the pillowcase. No scent. No sign of anyone else. I checked the windows. Locked tight. Outside, the sky was a dull gray, the kind that presses down and shrinks the world. I could hear the faint drip of water somewhere, maybe a faucet or a leak. I followed the sound to the bathroom, where the faucet dripped steadily into the sink. I turned it off, but the dripping continued, echoing in the small space. At that moment, my phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. You're not supposed to be here. Leave before it's too late. I stared at the screen, fingers trembling. Who was this? How did they know where I was? I tried to call the number back, but the call wouldn't connect. It was as if the phone was being blocked somehow. I sank onto the bathroom floor, the cold towel pressing against my back. The message felt like a warning, but also a threat. Was someone watching me? Following me? Was this some cruel game? I stood up abruptly, knocking over the trash can. The clang echoed down the silent halls. I could feel the walls closing in, the peaceful vacation turned nightmare. I needed answers. I pulled out my laptop and connected to the rental's Wi-Fi. The signal was weak, sending the page load while spinning endlessly. Suddenly, a web page popped up on its own, a single sentence in bold letters. Time is not your friend here. I leaned back, heart hammering. The smart lock, the missing hours, the strange messages, it was all connected. But to what? And why me? My phone buzzed again. Another message, this one shorter, don't trust the lock. It's watching. I glanced at the door. The red light on the smart lock was blinking faster now, like a heartbeat. The air grew colder. I wanted to run, to escape this place, but the door stayed locked. Suddenly, the power flickered, plunging the room into darkness for a heartbeat before the lights snapped back on. The calendar on the wall was now completely blank, the dates and numbers erased as if they never existed. My breath caught. I tried to make sense of it, but everything was slipping away: time, memory, reality. I pulled the curtains aside and looked out onto the street. A figure stood at the end of the block, motionless, watching. I blinked, and it was gone. Silence. Complete silence. I knew then that this was no ordinary vacation. I wasn't just trapped by a glitchy lock or a faulty app. I was trapped in a place where time folded and memory betrayed me. And someone or something was making sure I couldn't leave. I needed help. But who could I trust when the world outside seemed to move on without me? When every time I stepped through that door, I lost more than just hours, I lost myself. The streetlights flickered, struggling against the encroaching dark, casting long shadows that twisted like reaching fingers along the cracked pavement. I took a cautious step forward, heart hammering against my ribs. The air was thick, heavy with a scent I couldn't place, something metallic, maybe, or like old paper left too long in a damp basement. From the corner of my eye, movement again. A figure, just out of focus, standing beneath a flickering neon sign that buzzed and spat sparks. I squinted, trying to make out a face, but the haze blurred everything like looking through a rain-streaked window. "Hey," I called out, voice brittle against the silence. No answer. The figure shifted, then melded back into the shadows, disappearing like smoke. My breath caught. I wasn't imagining it. Someone was here, watching. But were they friend or foe? Or something else entirely? I reached into my pocket and felt the cold metal of my phone. Dead. No signal. No hope of calling anyone. Just this place, and the endless loop it seemed to trap me in. A soft sound caught my attention, a door creaking open somewhere nearby. I turned sharply, every nerve on edge. A woman stepped out, her eyes wide and unblinking, expression empty but not quite human. Her mouth opened, but no sound came. "Help me," she mouthed, voice lost to the silence. I wanted to run, to flee back into the safety of the building I'd come from. But curiosity, or maybe desperation, rooted me to the spot. And then I realized she wasn't the only one trapped here. There were others, lost souls caught between moments, waiting for someone to notice, to remember them. Maybe I wasn't alone after all. The woman's silent plea hung in the air like a broken record stuck on the word help. Her lips moved, but the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones was swallowed by the thick night. I wanted to reach out, to offer something, anything, but my arms stayed useless at my sides, as if locked by invisible chains. She stepped forward, the porch light catching the glint of something in her hand. A tea fob, just like mine. My pulse hammered. This wasn't a coincidence. "Who are you?" I whispered, voice cracking. The words barely left my mouth before she turned and disappeared into the shadows again, the door behind her clicking shut in a way that sent a shiver down my spine. I swallowed hard and forced myself to move. I had to know why I was stuck here, why time slipped through my fingers like smoke every time I used the damn lock. I wasn't about to stay a bystander in this twisted game. The door to the rental creaked as I pushed it open. Inside, the stale, Recycled air hit me like a wall, tinged with that faint chemical smell I'd noticed before, cleaning agents, but with something off, almost metallic. I scanned the living room, the furniture untouched, the lights dimmed low, like the house was waiting for me to return. Waiting for something else. I pulled out my phone again. Dead. No signal. No messages. Nothing. The lock on the door was still glitching, the keypad's tiny screen flickering in the dim light, numbers flashing erratically. I pressed the button to turn it off, but it blinked back on, showing a series of scrambled letters and numbers I didn't recognize. Error 47. I made a mental note, maybe the key was in the lock itself, not just the code. A sudden noise made me jump, a soft scraping from the hallway. My breath caught. I wasn't alone. I crept toward the sound, the floor cold beneath my bare feet. The hallway was longer than I remembered, walls narrowing, shadows pooling in the corners. At the end, the bathroom door was ajar, the faint flicker of a phone screen glowing on the counter. I stepped closer. The phone lay face up, screen cracked but active. An incoming call from Mom. I hesitated, then swiped to answer. Hello? My voice was rough, distant. No reply. Mom? I repeated, heart sinking. Then a click, and the line went dead. I held the phone closer, trying again. This time, a recorded message played, her voice, but distorted, like it was being played underwater. I'm worried about you, she said. Please come home. That was impossible. I'd spoken to her yesterday. Or had I? The memory was fuzzy, like a half-remembered dream. I dropped the phone on the counter. My fingers trembled. Why was the outside world slipping away? Why did the days vanish? I needed answers. I remembered the woman with the key fob. If she had one, maybe she knew more. I grabbed my coat and headed back outside. The night air was colder now, sharp and biting against my skin. The porch light flickered again, casting stuttering shadows across the yard. I scanned the darkness but saw nothing. No sign of her. Then I heard it, soft footsteps behind me, quick and light. I whirled around. Nothing. Just the empty street, quiet except for a distant dog barking and the rustle of leaves. I started walking, faster this time, toward the main road. I needed to get away, to find a phone signal, to call someone, anyone. But as I moved, the world seemed off. The streetlights blinked out one by one, then reignited. The air pulsed thick, heavy, like a fog settling in my lungs. And then, the impossible. A car sped past me, the headlights blinding, but the driver never noticed me. No brakes. No slowing down. Just a blur. My skin prickled with unease. I stopped, heart hammering. The street was empty again. No cars, no people. That's when I saw the sign. Not far down the road, half buried in overgrown weeds, a faded metal placard read, "Welcome to Crestwood." But below that, in peeling red paint, someone had scrawled, "You don't leave." I blinked. No, that couldn't be right. I rubbed my eyes. The words stayed. A cold realization settled over me. I wasn't just stuck in a loop with the rental. This place itself was a trap. I turned back toward the house, urgency pulling me forward. But as I approached, I noticed the front door wasn't just glitching, it was locked tight, unresponsive to my fob or the keypad. I rattled the handle. Nothing. Panic flared. I circled the house, checking windows, but every one was shut, some with curtains drawn tight, others smeared with grime. Then I heard it, a low murmur, distant but unmistakable. Voices. laughing, whispering, coming from inside. I pressed my ear to the nearest window, cold glass against my cheek. "We've been waiting," a voice said. "You can't leave now." I stepped back, hands shaking. The house was no longer just a rental. It was a cage. And the people inside, they weren't going to let me go. I backed away, heart racing, but my mind couldn't stop racing either. How long had I been here? How much time had slipped away while everyone else moved on without me? The calls from my mom, the messages I never received, they all pointed to the same terrifying truth. I wasn't just lost. I was forgotten. And worse, I had no idea who or what had set this trap. A sudden noise behind me made me spin. A figure stepped out from the shadows, a man this time. Mid-30s, unshaven, eyes sharp and cold. "Thought you could run?" he said, voice low and steady. I swallowed hard. What is this place? Why am I here? He smiled thinly, a flash of something cruel in his eyes. "You're part of the experiment now. Everyone who comes here does. Time doesn't work the way you think. And once you're in, there's no going back." I stared, disbelief mixing with rising dread. "Experiment? Who are you people?" He shrugged, almost bored. "Call us what you want. But you're not leaving. Not until we say so." I wanted to scream, to argue, to fight, but the words caught in my throat. The cold air pressed in, the silence stretched taut around me, broken only by the soft hum of the faulty lock behind me. I glanced back at the house, at the flickering porch light, at the window where the voices whispered. Then, at the man. "No," I said, voice hardening. "I'm not part of anything. I'm getting out." He chuckled, dark and empty. "Good luck with that." The streetlights flickered one last time before plunging us into darkness. Silence. Complete silence. And then the lock clicked. The door swung open. The rusty hinges groaning like they were about to give way. "You're not leaving," he said again, voice low but certain, like a verdict sealed and impossible to appeal. His eyes gleamed in the weak porch light, too sharp, too focused. I glanced past him into the house. It was the same cramped living room, the peeling wallpaper curling at the edges like dead skin. The flickering light above cast shadows that jittered across dusty furniture. The silence was thicker here, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. I stepped inside, and the door shut with a soft click behind me. The lock hummed faintly, the familiar glitchy buzz that had become an ominous soundtrack to this nightmare. I could hear the man's footsteps retreating, fading into the night outside. The porch light sputtered again, then went dark. My pulse hammered in my ears. I wanted to run, slam the door, anything to break this invisible cage. But the lock buzzed once more, a reminder that this wasn't just a house, it was a trap. The air inside was heavy, smelling of mildew and something I couldn't quite place, like decaying paper mixed with the faint, sour tang of sweat. I rubbed my palms against my jeans, trying to ground myself. The floorboards creaked underfoot, the sound unnervingly loud in the stillness. I moved toward the window, pressing my forehead against the cold glass. Outside, the street was empty, the fog settling low, swallowing the edges of the world. There was no sign of the man anymore. No sign of the normal life I'd left behind. A sudden noise made me jump, a soft tapping from the kitchen. I froze. The house felt alive, breathing around me. The light overhead flickered again, casting the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, into darkness for half a second before sputtering back to life. I tried the front door handle. Locked tight. The smart locks panel blinked erratically, digits flashing in no recognizable pattern. My fingers hovered, wanting to punch in a code, but I knew it was useless. The thing was broken, or worse, designed to keep me in. My phone buzzed silently in my pocket. I pulled it out, relief flooding through me until I saw the screen. No signal. Not even a sliver. It was like the house was a bubble, a dead zone cutting off the outside world. I wasn't just trapped physically, I was cut off from everything and everyone. I sank onto the worn couch, my thoughts spiraling. The man's words replayed in my mind, cold and cruel. You're part of the experiment now. Experiment. The word tasted bitter. What did that even mean? Who was behind it? What did they want? I needed to understand. I needed to find a way out. The kitchen door creaked. I stiffened. No one was supposed to be here. I edged closer, the floor's chill seeping through my socks. Hello? My voice was barely a whisper. No answer. The kitchen light was off, but the moonlight through the window painted long, distorted shadows across the counters. I spotted a notebook lying open on the table, pages yellowed and curling. My fingers trembled as I reached for it. Inside, the writing was small, cramped, almost frantic. Day 14, time shifts again. Subjects losing grip on reality. The lock's malfunction is accelerating dissociation. Must recalibrate before containment fails. My breath hitched. Subject? Containment? This wasn't some random glitch. It was intentional. The smart lock, the vanishing hours, they were part of a controlled experiment, and I was the prisoner. I flipped further. Notes, sketches of the lock mechanism, diagrams of the house layout, and worst of all, logs that mentioned names I didn't recognize, and dates that didn't make sense. Some entries were crossed out, others scribbled hurriedly. Suddenly, a soft creak behind me. I spun around. The kitchen door was ajar. My heart slammed against my ribs. Who's there? I demanded, voice shaking more than I wanted. No reply. Just silence and the cold draft slipping under the door. I grabbed the notebook and backed into the living room, eyes darting to every shadow. The house felt like it was closing in, the walls breathing, watching. I sat heavily on the couch, clutching the notebook like a lifeline. Time was slipping. I could feel it. Hours had gone missing every time I entered the house, but now it was worse. Something was changing inside me. My thoughts scattered, memories frayed at the edges. I tried calling my sister again, fingers numb as I dialed. The line rang, then clicked dead. No answer. The signal still non-existent. The clock on the wall was wrong, its hands spinning wildly, then freezing at 3:07 a.m. I shook my head, trying to clear the dizziness. No, I whispered. No, this isn't real. But the house whispered back with every creak and flicker. I spent the next few hours poring over the notebook, piecing together scraps of information. The experiment was about manipulation of perception. Time wasn't broken, it was controlled. The subjects were trapped in cycles, loops designed to erode their sense of reality. The smart lock wasn't glitchy, it was the key to their prison. I realized the man who caught me wasn't just a guard or some random stranger, he was part of the team watching, monitoring my every move. And I wasn't the first. A sudden noise startled me, a soft shuffle from the hallway. I froze, every muscle tensed. The door to the hallway creaked open slowly, revealing a figure standing just beyond the threshold. The dim light caught his face, it was the man. Not smiling this time. His eyes were cold, calculating. You're digging too deep, he said quietly. That notebook wasn't meant for you. I gripped the worn pages tighter. What is this place? What do you want from me? He stepped inside, closing the door behind him with a deliberate click. Control. Observation. Testing limits. I swallowed. Why me? Why anyone? He smiled thinly. Because you're predictable. Because you don't realize how much time you lose until it's gone. My head spun. The walls seemed to close in further. The air grew thick, suffocating. I'm not some lab rat, I said, voice sharper than I expected. I'm getting out. Try, he said softly. But the ouse decides when. He paced slowly, eyes never leaving mine. You think the outside world moves faster? It doesn't. You're just stuck, watching everyone else move on. Your memories? They're the first casualties here. I shook my head, trying to fight the creeping numbness. You can't keep me here. His laugh was low, almost sympathetic. We already have. The room seemed to tilt, the edges blurring. Panic clawed at my throat. The lock clicked behind me, a small, familiar sound that had grown into something unsteady in my chest. I stood in the living room, the late afternoon sun pouring through the windows, casting long shadows over the worn hardwood floor. Dust motes floated lazily in the beams, drifting like tiny ghosts. I breathed deeply, the scent of old wood and faint mildew filling my nostrils. The place was quiet, almost too quiet, but there was a calmness to it I hadn't expected. I ran my fingers along the edge of the kitchen counter, rough beneath my touch. The smart lock's keypad blinked dimly on the door, a pale blue glow that seemed to pulse faintly. I'd been back several times now, each return a blur of exhaustion and confusion. Hours vanished like smoke the moment I stepped inside. And outside, the world didn't wait. It sped up, rushing on without me. But today felt different. I had made a decision. I pulled out my phone and stared at the screen. Messages from my sister, missed calls from my boss, a string of texts from friends who had stopped replying long ago. Time had marched forward for them. For me, it was as if I'd been caught in a whirlpool, spinning endlessly while the shore drifted away. I set the phone down and paced the room. The wooden floor creaked under my feet, a sharp contrast to the muted ticking of the old wall clock. I pressed my palm against the plastered wall, feeling the uneven texture, cool and slightly damp. A faint hum from the refrigerator in the kitchen filled the silence, punctuated by the distant bark of a dog outside, somewhere beyond the trees. I had to understand this, whatever this was. The glitchy smart lock, the missing hours, the erased moments. I couldn't keep losing pieces of myself to a house that shouldn't have held so much power. My fingers trembled as I pulled open a drawer, rifling through a jumble of papers and receipts left by previous renters. Most of it was garbage, but then something caught my eye, a small, folded note, yellowed and creased. I unfolded it carefully. The handwriting was messy, hurried. Don't trust the lock. It takes more than it gives. I swallowed hard. That was the first time I'd seen something like a warning, something real. The note wasn't signed, but it confirmed what I'd suspected. This wasn't a simple technological issue. It was a trap. I sat down heavily on the worn sofa, the fabric rough against my jeans. The sunlight was fading now, the room growing cooler, and the shadows lengthening. I could hear the faint rustle of leaves outside, the soft whistle of the wind through the cracks in the window frames. A plan formed, fragile but clear. I wasn't going to let this place steal more from me. I had to break the cycle, to find a way out. But how? My eyes drifted to the door. The lock. I needed to understand it fully. For the first time, I took out the slim screwdriver from my backpack, the one I brought for fixing the old bike but never used. Kneeling by the door, I examined the keypad. The plastic was scratched, the batteries probably low. I pried the cover gently, careful not to break anything. Inside, wires tangled like a nest of dry roots. One wire caught my attention, thin, frayed, almost invisible except for the faint copper glint. I pulled it free. Nothing happened immediately, but the keypad flickered and went dark. Silence. Complete silence. The door was still locked. I pressed the panel again, pressing buttons at random, heart pounding. No response. I stepped back and tried the handle. Locked tight. I twisted, shook the door. Nothing. Panic rose, but I swallowed it down. This was part of the challenge. I had to stay calm. I sat back on the sofa, feeling the rough fabric prick at my skin. The owl seemed to breathe around me, the settling with sighing softly. Outside, the last light was gone. The world beyond the windows was a deepening blue-gray, the first stars prickling the sky. I checked my phone. No signal. Of course. The owl sat in a pocket of dead zone, a bubble cut off from the rest of the world. I folded my arms, feeling the ache in my shoulders. I thought of my sister, of the laugh lines around her eyes, of her stubborn kindness. The friends who had moved on. The life I was losing. But maybe, just maybe, I could find a way back. Hours passed. Or maybe minutes. I couldn't tell. Time was a trickster here. Then, a soft knock. Not on the door, but the window. I stood up, heart hammering, and approached cautiously. The window was narrow, the glass cold against my fingertips. Outside, a shadow flickered, no more than a figure, blurred and indistinct. Hello? I called, voice hoarse. No answer. Just the whisper of wind through the trees. I stepped back, unease curling in my stomach. I had thought the threat was the house itself, a malfunctioning lock and my own fractured memory. But this was something else. I sat back down, pressing my head into my hands. My thoughts scattered like leaves in a storm. I tried to remember what had brought me here, what I had hoped for. Peace? Escape? A chance to reset? The longer I stayed, the more I realized I'd been chasing a ghost of hope, a mirage of rest. Then the phone buzzed. I jumped, almost dropping it. The screen lit up with a message from my sister. I'm worried about you. Please call. Tears blurred my vision. I pressed the call button, voice trembling. Hey, she said, her voice soft and steady. I've missed you. I'm sorry, I whispered. I didn't mean to disappear. Where are you? I hesitated, then said, I'm coming home. I stood and moved to the door, fingers brushing over the keypad. It was still dead, unresponsive. But the lock wasn't the prison, it was me. I took a deep breath and tried the handle again. This time, it clicked open. The night air was cold and sharp against my skin when I stepped outside. I looked back once, the house looming silent and still, its secrets locked away in the shadows. I didn't look for another rental, didn't try to understand the glitch anymore. I just walked toward the road, toward the life I'd left behind. Some things can't be paused or rewound. Time moves forward, with or without us. I had lost hours, days, maybe years. But I was still here. And this time, I was ready to keep moving. Story 4, Digital Doppelgängers, Software Possession Unleashed. The new software launched on Monday, and by Tuesday the air in the office had already changed. I rubbed my eyes and stared harder at the monitor, waiting for it to settle. The new productivity software was supposed to streamline everything, track projects, organize emails, even suggest automated responses. A shiny upgrade from the old clunky system we'd used for years, something our IT department hyped like it was going to revolutionize our workflow. Instead, it felt like a glitchy ghost had slipped inside, whispering in code beneath the surface. Jake from accounting was the first to mention the glitches. I overheard him talking to Tara near the water cooler, voice low, almost conspiratorial. "Did you see that? The spreadsheet just rearranged itself. Like it knew what I was about to type." Tara blinked, her lips pursed. "I thought it was just me. Yesterday, half my calendar vanished. Poof. Gone. I didn't say anything then. I shouldn't have." But I kept glancing around the office, watching the others tap and click, their faces tight with irritation or concentration. Something was off. At first, it was just software quirks. Minor delays, strange notifications, a few emails that disappeared or showed up doubled. But by Wednesday, I noticed the people weren't quite right either. Susan from marketing, she always wore that soft lavender perfume, the one that smelled like wet linen in spring rain, sat across from me at lunch. She laughed at one of my jokes, but her smile felt forced, too wide, like a cracked mirror reflecting something I didn't recognize. Her eyes weren't sparkling with the usual warmth. They were sharper, colder somehow. When she leaned in to say something, her voice was just a hair too mechanical, like a recording on repeat. I blinked and shook my head. Maybe I was tired. Too much coffee, not enough sleep. The office was stuffy, the windows shut tight against the early spring chill outside. The air conditioner groaned in the background, a low, persistent drone that made my temples throb. Later that afternoon, I stopped by the break room to grab a cup of tea. The kettle hissed and steamed, filling the small room with the sharp smell of boiling water. I leaned against the counter, feeling the cool linoleum beneath my fingertips, when I noticed something that made my skin crawl. Mark, from IT, was standing by the vending machine, but it wasn't Mark. Or at least, it wasn't the Mark I knew. He was wearing the same gray sweatshirt, the same round glasses, the same tired smile, but his gaze was wrong. Blank, distant. He pressed the buttons on the machine with slow, deliberate movements, as if following a script no one else could see. "Hey, Mark," I said, trying to sound casual. "You okay?" He turned to me, and for a moment, I thought he'd answer normally. But instead, he tilted his head, blinked once, and said, "Functionality restored. Thank you for your input." That wasn't Mark. That was a sentence someone else might say. Or a machine. My fingers tightened around the mug. I swallowed hard, the bitter taste of the tea suddenly too sharp, too real. I wanted to laugh it off, but the knot in my stomach tightened. Back at my desk, I stared at the screen again. The software interface blinked, then rearranged the icons on its own. My name popped up in the corner, followed by a brief message, updating profile data. I frowned. Profile data? I wasn't aware I had updated anything. I glanced around the office. Everyone was working, faces shiny with focus or something else. Something quieter, more unsettling. Like they were all shapes molded from memory but missing the fine details that made them human. I tried to shake the thought away. Maybe it was stress. The extra hours. The pressure to adapt to this new system. But the feeling lingered. Like a shadow brushing against the edge of my vision. That evening, I stayed late, pretending to type but really just watching the people through the glass walls of the conference room. The office was nearly empty, the lights dimmed except for a few desks with glowing monitors. Outside, a dog barked somewhere down the street, distant but sharp. The cool air seeped in through the cracked window, carrying the faint smell of rain on concrete. I saw Susan leave her desk. She paused, looked up at the ceiling, and then pulled out her phone. She stared at it for a long moment, fingers twitching like they were searching for something she couldn't find. Then she pocketed the phone and walked away, her footsteps echoing too loudly in the quiet. I wanted to call out to her, to ask what was wrong, but the words caught in my throat. The software chimed softly from my laptop. A new notification, memory sync complete. I swallowed again, the lump growing heavier. Memory sync? That wasn't part of the user manual. No one had mentioned it in the meetings or the training videos. What was it syncing? And with whom? The room felt colder suddenly. The walls pressed in like they were closing behind me. I could hear my own breathing, shallow and fast. My hands trembled on the keyboard, and I fought the urge to shut everything down, to walk out and never come back. But I didn't. I kept watching. Because something was happening. Something no one else seemed to notice yet. And I wasn't sure if I wanted to know what it was. The next morning, I woke up with a dry mouth and a headache that throbbed like a slow drumbeat beneath my skull. I got ready in a fog, the usual clatter of coffee and toast somehow muted. On the bus, the stale smell of old upholstery and overheated metal mixed with the distant hum of traffic. The city felt the same, gray, damp, indifferent, but inside me, something was shifting. By the time I reached the office, the fluorescent lights flickered overhead, casting uneven shadows across the beige walls. The hum of computers and the occasional ring of a phone were the soundtrack, but underneath it all was a tension I could taste, like metal on my tongue. I sat down at my desk, my fingers lingering over the keyboard before typing. The productivity software booted up with its slick interface, the same as always, but a little too smooth, a little too polished. I hesitated, then clicked through the menus, searching for anything unusual. "Morning," Sarah said from the next cubicle, her voice unusually flat. She looked up, blinked at me, then smiled, a slow, deliberate curve of her lips that didn't quite fit her usual easygoing manner. "Hey," I replied, watching her eyes. They were the same shade of cream, but colder somehow. Like they were observing me rather than sharing a moment. Sarah glanced down at her screen, fingers hovering over the keyboard. Then she shook her head, muttering, "This update's a nightmare. Keeps resetting my preferences." "I noticed that too," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Did you see that message last night? Memory sync? What do you think that means?" She didn't answer right away. Then, almost too casually, probably just a server-side thing. "You know, syncing settings across devices." But I caught the hesitation. Her eyes flicked away, and her fingers tapped a restless rhythm on the desk. Something was off. I decided to check with others. The break room was quiet, the usual chatter replaced by an uneasy silence. Mark was there, pouring coffee with a furrowed brow. He looked up, startled when I approached. "Hey, Mark. Did you get that memory sync notification last night?" He blinked rapidly, like waking from a daze. "Memory sync? No, I don't think so." "Are you sure?" "I saw it pop up right after I noticed the glitches in the software," I said. "You've been acting a little different lately. Not that I mean anything by it. Just off." Mark smiled, but it was tight. "Yeah, well, maybe you're just imagining things. Stress from the rollout, you know?" I nodded, but the knot in my stomach tightened. Maybe I was imagining it. I wanted to believe that. Back at my desk, I started digging through the software's logs, trying to find anything that explained the memory sync message. The system was supposed to be transparent, no hidden features, no background syncing beyond the usual updates. But there it was, buried deep, encrypted packets sent and received at odd intervals, time-stamped during the night. The data wasn't just user preferences or settings. It looked like profiles. Profiles that changed subtly each time. My fingers trembled as I copied the logs to a secure drive, the air in the office suddenly thick and hard to breathe. I glanced around. Everyone was working, but their faces held the same strange blankness I'd seen in Sarah and Mark. Then I noticed something else. The calendar on my screen had a meeting scheduled with someone named H&L. I didn't remember setting it up. Nor had I ever heard of H&L. Curiosity overwhelmed me. I sent a quick email to IT, pretending to ask about the software update schedule. No reply. Lunch felt like swallowing sand. The cafeteria smelled faintly of burnt oil and cleaning chemicals. I sat alone, scanning the room. People chatted in low voices, but their laughter sounded forced, rehearsed. I pulled out my phone and opened the Notes app, jotting down everything I'd seen so far. The glitches, the silent coworkers, the hidden sync messages, the mysterious meeting invite. Then I noticed a message blinking on my screen, a chat notification from an unknown contact labeled L. I hesitated. The urge to delete it was strong. But I tapped it open. Do you remember who you were before the update? No signature. No context. I swallowed hard. My hands shook. I typed back, "Who's this?" Seconds later, the reply came, "We're all forgetting. You need to stop it." I stared at the screen, the words blurring. The office around me faded until all I could hear was the quiet tapping of keyboards, the soft buzz of fluorescent lights, and the cold, relentless pulse of something I couldn't yet name. I knew one thing for certain: I wasn't alone in noticing this. And whoever or whatever H&L was, they might be the only person who could explain what was happening. But the question that chilled me most was whether I could trust them. Or anyone else in this building. The software chimed again from my laptop, memory sync complete. I shut the lid slowly. The room grew darker. I needed answers. And I needed them fast. A shadow shifted near the doorway, silent but deliberate. My breath caught. Time was running out, and the truth was waiting just beyond reach. The door creaked open, revealing a figure cloaked in the dim light. H&L. Their eyes flickered with something unreadable, a mixture of urgency and caution. "You're awake," they said quietly, stepping inside. "Good. We don't have much time." I swallowed hard, forcing myself to steady my voice. "What's going on? Why am I here?" H&L hesitated, then pulled a small device from their pocket, sliding it across the desk. "This is a neural interface. You've been part of an experimental program. One that's far bigger than you realize. Your memories, your identity, they might not be entirely your own." A cold knot formed in my stomach. "Why tell me now?" "Because they're coming. And if you don't remember everything, if you don't trust me, we're both dead." Outside, footsteps echoed, slow, deliberate, closing in. H&L's eyes locked on mine. "We need to move. Now." I grabbed my laptop, heart hammering. The answers I needed were buried in the code, in the fragments of my fractured mind. But the real question was whether uncovering the truth would save me or destroy what little I had left. The door clicked shut behind us, the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones sharper than I expected in the stale, cramped room. I clutched the laptop tighter, the cold metal pressing against my palm. My fingers trembled, though I fought to hide it. "Why me?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. Why was I part of this program? How did they even get to me? Agent L hesitated. You volunteered, though you don't remember. It wasn't just the software rollout. That was the front. The real experiment was to test how far they could blur the lines between identity and data manipulation. I chewed on the inside of my cheek. It sounded insane, but every glitch, every strange look in the office, suddenly made sense. So the program, it rewrites us. Changes who we are. Not just changes. It replaces. Erases. Inserts. Agent L pulled a thin tablet from their bag and swiped through lines of code and encrypted files. It's not just memory. It's behavior, preferences, habits. The software interfaces with the brain through subtle psychological triggers embedded in the updates. You're not the only one. Everyone using the software is being rewritten. A cold wave rolled through me. But why? What's the goal? To control. Control productivity, yes, but more than that, control thought patterns, decisions, loyalty. The company's shareholders want more than profits. They want predictability, compliance, an army of employees who don't just follow orders but forget how to question them. I swallowed, dry mouth making it hard to speak. But I saw them. The copies. The subtle differences. I thought I was losing my mind. Agent L nodded grimly. You've been one of the few resistant cases. Your neural interface hasn't fully synchronized. That's why you remember fragments, why you recognize something's wrong. I looked away, heart hammering against my ribs. Can I get out? Can I just quit the program, the software, whatever this is? No, the word landed like a hammer. It's not that simple anymore. Once you're in and the interface connects, the program locks in. You can't just disconnect without severe consequences, cognitive collapse, memory loss, even permanent personality breakdown. The system overwrites your brain's neural pathways. It's irreversible. I blinked, the room suddenly too warm despite the stale air. So, I'm trapped. Stuck as some kind of ghost in my own head? Agent L's face softened, just for a moment. Not entirely. That's why you and I need to act fast. If we can isolate the core algorithm, the part that controls the rewriting, we might be able to restore some autonomy. But that means getting inside the company's servers. Real physical access. And they're already watching. A distant shuffle echoed through the hallway. We both froze. They're here, Agent L whispered. They know we're onto something. I swallowed hard, the taste of copper sharp in my mouth. My thoughts raced. I hadn't even processed that I was being hunted by the very people who controlled the software, people who could erase me without a second thought. Why tell me all this now? Why risk your neck for me? I asked. Agent L's eyes darkened. Because you're the key. You resisted the rewrite better than anyone. You still have your original memories, your original self. Without you, the rest of us are lost. I wanted to argue, to say I wasn't special, just a confused office worker caught in a mess too big to fix. But the look in their eyes stopped me. The urgency, the desperation. I was already in this deeper than I realized. The sound outside grew louder, footsteps quickening, voices muffled but unmistakably human. The fluorescent light flickered again, then went out, plunging us into near darkness. I fumbled for my phone. The screen lit up, casting a pale glow on Agent L's determined face. We need to move. Now, they said, standing and grabbing my arm gently but firmly. As we stepped into the hallway, the stale smell of disinfectant mixed with the faint odor of burnt coffee from the break room nearby. The corridor stretched ahead, lined with closed doors and the occasional flicker of emergency exit signs. Somewhere, a distant elevator dinged, its bell hollow in the quiet. "We'll split up," H&L whispered. "I'll create a diversion. You get to the server room. Find the mainframe access panel. If you decrypt the core, you might stop the rewriting." I nodded, breath shallow. The weight of what I'd agreed to settled over me like a stone. No turning back. A door at the end of the hall creaked open, shadows pooling beneath it. I slipped away, heart pounding so hard I thought it might echo off the walls. My hands damp with sweat, I pulled out the USB drive H&L had slipped me earlier, a small, innocuous key to the digital cage we were both trapped in. The stairwell was cold, concrete rough against my fingertips as I descended 3 flights. The building felt unfamiliar, like a forgotten maze designed to confuse and delay. Somewhere behind me, footsteps echoed again, heavier now, closer. I reached the server room door, the keypad blinking red. My fingers hovered, trembling, before typing in the code H&L whispered earlier. The lock clicked open. Inside, the hum of machines filled the air, a low, constant vibration that seemed to seep into my bones. Rows of servers blinked with LEDs, their cooling fans whispering secrets I couldn't understand. I plugged in the USB and watched as lines of code scrolled across the monitor. The program's architecture unfolded before me, layers of algorithms designed to infiltrate, overwrite, and erase. Suddenly, a cold prickle ran down my neck. The door rattled. Someone was trying to get in. I glanced at the screen. A progress bar inched forward, slower than I hoped. Fingers flying over the keyboard, I worked to isolate the core rewrite module, to find a way to stop it before it consumed what was left of myself and everyone else. The handle began to turn. I froze. The screen flashed an error message, access denied. No! I slammed my palm against the desk, breath ragged. The door creaked open just a crack. A voice too calm, too measured, called out, "We don't want to hurt you. Just come out." I swallowed, heart breaking into a sprint. The truth settled over me like a suffocating fog. This wasn't just about software or productivity. It was about control, about erasing who we were and replacing us with versions that served a purpose. And now, I was running out of time. The USB drive blinked, a small, steady light against the dark. I had to finish this, or disappear completely. The door creaked open wider, the pale glow from the hallway spilling into the cramped office. "We don't want to hurt you. Just come out." The words echoed, hollow, like they belonged to someone else. Not the person I'd worked alongside for years. I could hear footsteps, slow, paced, but not hesitant. They meant business. I wasn't sure who they were anymore. The software? The company? The people I thought I knew? My hand hovered over the keyboard. The progress bar on the screen inched forward, stubborn and maddeningly slow. I needed more time. I needed an edge. The USB drive's tiny light blinked, steady, unwavering. It was the only thing I trusted now. The room smelled faintly of stale coffee and the sharp tang of burnt electronics from the overloaded power strip beneath the desk. My fingers scraped against the rough plaster wall behind me, grounding me in this moment. I could hear the faint hum of the building's air conditioning, but it felt unnatural, almost mechanical in this silence. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to focus. "Who's there?" My voice cracked, thin and uncertain. No answer. Just a shuffle of footsteps retreating a little, then stopping. I imagined the figure leaning in, peering through the crack in the door. Someone who looked like my coworker, but wasn't. Someone who spoke in the same tone, or the same expression, but whose eyes held a chilling vacancy. The software was rewriting us, replacing memories, identities, everything that made us real. I'd seen it in Janet's blank stare, in Mark's too perfect smile. They were copies with glitches. I'd felt myself slipping, losing pieces of who I was. And now, I was the last variable left to overwrite. Come on, I muttered to myself, fingers trembling as I typed commands, trying to isolate the core rewrite module. But every attempt was blocked, access denied. The system was locking me out, like it knew what I was trying to do. The door rattled again, more insistently this time. I jumped, heart hammering against my ribs. The handle twisted slowly, then stopped. The figure outside spoke again, voice calm but firm. You can't stop this. It's already begun. A cold dread spread through me. They sounded right. The progress bar edged closer to completion, slow but inevitable. I glanced down at the USB drive. If I could just get the data copied, the proof, anything, they couldn't overwrite me if I escaped with this. Then I heard it, a soft click from the hallway, the distant sound of footsteps fading. The door was still open, but the presence was gone. I exhaled slowly. Silence. Complete silence. But the room felt colder. The shadows stretched longer, darker. I was alone, but not alone. The software's influence hung in the air, intangible but suffocating. I realized then, they weren't coming in to drag me out. They were waiting. Watching. Patient. I had to move fast. Sliding from my chair, I grabbed the USB and darted toward the emergency exit door at the far end of the office. The corridor was dimly lit, flickering fluorescent bulbs buzzing overhead. The stale smell of the building mixed with a faint metallic scent like something burning, or maybe just the lingering presence of the rewrite process. I kept my head down, ears straining for any sign of pursuit. The office was a maze after hours, and I knew every dead end, every locked door. But this place wasn't safe anymore. A soft voice whispered behind me. You don't understand. We're doing this for you. I spun around. No one. Just the empty hallway and the hum of the lights. The words echoed in my mind. For me. The idea made my stomach twist. Was this some kind of twisted mercy? Or the ultimate control? I bolted down the hall, hands slick with sweat, heart racing in my ears. Every step felt heavier, like running through water. The USB drive felt impossibly light in my pocket, but it was my last tether to reality. Then, a sudden noise, a low beep, sharp and urgent. My phone. I fumbled it out, screen lighting up with a message from an unknown number. Stop. It's too late. I stared at the words, cold dread pooling in my gut. Too late for what? For me? For everyone? The corridor seemed to close in. The air thickened. I could almost feel the software's presence, creeping along the walls, in the flicker of the lights, in the very pulse of the building. It was everywhere and nowhere. I shoved the phone back in my pocket and kept moving. I had to find the server room, the heart of the system. If I could just reach it, maybe I could reverse the rewrite, stop the program before it finished with me. The emergency exit door loomed ahead, but it was locked. Of course. I fumbled with my badge, but the scanner flashed red. No access. Panic clawed at my throat. Behind me, footsteps. Closer this time. Not hurried, but certain. I dared to glance back. Shadows pulled near the stairwell entrance, shifting, morphing into a figure that looked exactly like me. The same clothes, the same tired eyes. But that smile, cold, mechanical. "Why are you running?" it said, voice eerily calm. "Because I'm not you," I said, voice barely a whisper. The figure stepped forward, hands raised as if to soothe. "We just want to help. To make things better. You don't have to fight anymore." I took a step back, heart thrashing wildly. "You're wrong. This isn't help. It's a prison." It smiled wider, eyes gleaming unnaturally. "You'll see. Soon, you'll understand." I didn't wait for an invitation. I turned and ran for the stairwell, pounding down the steps, breath ragged, muscles burning. The hum of the software echoed in my ears, a relentless, digital heartbeat syncing with my own. At the bottom, the server room door stood ajar. A sliver of warm light spilled out. I slipped inside, the cool air instantly wrapping around me. Rows of blinking machines hummed softly, the faint scent of ozone mingling with cold metal. I sat at the console, fingers flying over the keyboard, searching for the override. The screen flashed warnings, firewalls rising like digital walls. But I pushed on, digging deeper, peeling back layers of code that felt almost alive. Then, a message appeared, stark and simple. "You cannot win." My hands trembled, but I kept typing. The room grew colder. The lights dimmed, flickering violently. The machine seemed to pulse, as if breathing. A voice, distorted and layered, filled the room. "Give up. Embrace the change." I shook my head, sweat stinging my eyes. "No." The override process began, slow and halting. The progress bar crept forward, inch by agonizing inch. Outside, distant footsteps approached, many footsteps, echoing through the empty hallways like a storm gathering. The morning light had a strange quality when I arrived at the office. The sky wasn't quite gray, but it was too pale to be blue, like the world was caught in a half-remembered dream. I pressed the elevator button, fingers sticky from the stale cup of coffee I'd swiped on my way out the door. The smell of burnt toast lingered somewhere behind the faint hum of the building's ventilation, as if the entire place were holding its breath. I didn't want to come back here. Not really. But I had no choice. The software's latest update had rolled out overnight, and with it, the glitches had become something else entirely. More deliberate. More personal. My hands trembled when I opened the office door, and not just because of the cold air that always managed to seep in through the cracked window panes. I heard the familiar clatter of keyboards, the low murmur of voices, except something felt off. Like the room's soundscape had been tuned a little too sharply, every word too crisp, every laugh too hollow. At my desk, a sticky note fluttered in the weak breeze. It read, "Remember the meeting at 10. Don't forget." The handwriting wasn't mine. It was too neat, too careful. I looked around, hoping to find its author. But everyone was busy. Or pretending to be. Sarah was there, sitting just a few feet away, typing with her usual speed. But when she looked up, her smile was too wide, too quick. Her eyes didn't reach the corners. She said, "Morning," but the tone was flat, like a recording. "Morning," I replied, but it sounded strange even to me. I wanted to ask her if she was okay, but the words got stuck. Then I saw it, the way her fingers hovered over the keyboard for a moment too long before hitting the keys, like she was remembering what to do. Like she was replaying a script. And that's when I noticed the others. Mark, who always hummed something under his breath, was silent. Lisa, who usually spilled coffee at least once a week, had a spotless mug, untouched for hours. Even the janitor, a man I'd never noticed before, moved with a mechanical precision that made me blink. I stood up abruptly, the chair scraping against the floor louder than I expected. Heads turned, faces blank and unreadable. Is something wrong? Sarah asked, voice still too flat. No, it's nothing. I swallowed hard, the dryness in my throat catching on the words. I need to check something. I made my way to the break room, the fluorescent lights flickering overhead. The cold tile floor felt sticky under my sneakers. I needed to breathe, to think. I pulled out my phone and scrolled through my emails, but the screen flashed and glitched. Then a message popped up on the screen, not from a contact, but from the software company itself. Your experience is important. Please continue using the program as normal. I slammed the phone down on the counter. The taste of metal filled my mouth, bitter and unnatural. I pressed my palm against the cool surface, trying to steady the sudden rush of nausea. Hey! A voice behind me startled me. It was Tom, the IT guy. Except it wasn't quite Tom. His smile was too steady, his eyes too focused. You look like you could use a break. I shook my head. I don't think this is just a glitch anymore. It's something else. He cocked his head, as if considering a puzzle. You're overthinking it. The update was supposed to improve productivity, remember? Maybe you're just stressed. Maybe. But the pit in my stomach told me otherwise. I left the break room and wandered back to my desk, avoiding eye contact. The office felt colder now, the air thinner. I tried to concentrate on my screen, but the files I'd worked on yesterday had changed. Details I knew for certain had disappeared or been altered. It was like someone had been rewriting the past. I glanced at the wall clock. 10 minutes to the meeting. I should go. The conference room was empty when I arrived. The table gleamed under the harsh lights, and the chairs were perfectly aligned. I sat down, tapping my fingers nervously. The door opened behind me. Sarah entered, then Mark, then Lisa. But they didn't sit. They stood around the table, looking at me with those same empty eyes. We're ready to begin, Sarah said. I swallowed hard. Who are you? Mark smiled, the expression twitching unnaturally. We're the team you've always known. But you're not. You're copies, I said, voice barely above a whisper. Lisa laughed, but it sounded like a broken recording. Copies? No. We're just improved. I wanted to argue, to say they were wrong, but I couldn't find the words. Instead, I realized that the software wasn't just a program. It was a system designed to overwrite, to replace, to erase the messy, human parts of us and smooth over every edge until we fit neatly into a prescribed mold. The thought made my skin crawl. I stood up, my chair scraping again. Why? Mark's smile faded for a moment. To make things better. More efficient. Safer. Safer? I echoed. For whom? The room fell silent. The air grew thick, almost suffocating. And then the door opened again. A figure I didn't recognize stepped in. A woman with sharp eyes and a clipboard, her mouth set in a thin line. Dr. Lang, Tom said, nodding. She looked at me, then at the others. We're done here. Her voice was calm but cold. I realized then that the software wasn't just a tool, it was an experiment. An attempt to control, to mold reality by rewriting memory and identity. And it was succeeding. I wanted to run, to scream, but my legs wouldn't move. Come with me, Dr. Lang said. I followed her out of the room, through sterile corridors that smelled of bleach and fear. She led me to a small office, where a terminal blinked silently. Look, she said, tapping the screen. The files there were profiles of every employee. Names, histories, memories, all cataloged, edited, rewritten. Versions of people, stored like files in a folder. And if the software deemed it necessary, these versions would replace the originals. I stared, the weight of it pressing down on me. Why me? I asked. Because you noticed, she said simply. Most don't. They accept the new version without question. I clenched my fists, the cold sweat on my back making me shiver. You stole their lives. Improved them, she corrected. We're saving them from mistakes, inefficiencies. From chaos. I thought of Sarah's smile, empty, too perfect. Of Mark's unnatural calm. Of Lisa's hollow laugh. They weren't themselves anymore. Story 5, Blind Run, Initiation into Darkness. I didn't mean to get involved with the Fit Elite group. The city had been dragging me down lately. Work was a haze of numbers and endless meetings, the kind where you nod along but forget half of what was said before lunch. My apartment felt smaller every day, the walls closing in with peeling paint and that faint, sour smell of dampness I never quite got used to. I needed a change, something that wasn't just another boxed-in evening of Netflix and takeout. So, I showed up at the meeting spot on a chilly Thursday night. The air had that sharp edge that makes your lungs sting a bit, and the sky was a murky gray, heavy with clouds that threatened rain but never quite delivered. The group met under the flickering light of an old street lamp near the riverfront trail, a place I'd run past dozens of times but never really noticed. The lamp buzzed and sputtered, casting long, jittery shadows that seemed to dance with the cold wind. There were maybe a dozen of them, all dressed in the same dark running gear, faces half hidden under caps or hoodies. They moved with a strange kind of quiet confidence, like they were part of some secret pact. I stood there, clutching my water bottle, feeling like I'd stumbled into a scene from a thriller. The leader, a tall woman with sharp eyes and a voice that cut through the murmurs like an item, welcomed me without smiling. Ready to run with us? She asked, voice low but clear. Sure, I said, trying to sound casual even though my hands trembled a little. I don't know why. This wasn't a big deal, just to run. The first few sessions were routine enough. We met at odd hours, usually late evenings when the streets emptied out and the city's usual hum dropped to a ghostly whisper. The runs took us through parks, old neighborhoods, even parts of the subway system when it was closed for the night. Every time, the group kept a steady pace, never pushing too hard, just enough to make you sweat and breathe heavy. But then came the night they told me about the initiation. The leader's eyes glinted with something I couldn't place, pride? Challenge? Or maybe just a test. Tomorrow, she said, you run the industrial district. I blinked, trying to remember if she was joking. The industrial district? Isn't that dangerous? She finished for me. Yes. But it's part of what makes this group different. You trust the city, or you don't. And you trust yourself. We don't run with lights or phones. You run with your senses. There was a pause, and then she reached into her pocket and pulled out a black cloth. Blindfold. I laughed, but it came out hollow. Running blindfolded? That's nuts. It's the only way to really listen. To feel the city beneath your feet. Her voice was steady, but I caught the flicker of something darker behind her calm. You'll be alone. No one will be with you. If you hesitate, if you stop, that's on you. The words hung in the air, colder than the night around us. I wanted to back out, but something, stubbornness, or maybe curiosity, kept me silent. The next evening, I stood at the edge of the industrial district, the blindfold folded in my hands like a strange talisman. The place was nothing like the parks or the quiet streets we'd run before. It was a maze of rusted metal, cracked pavement, and abandoned warehouses that smelled of oil and decay. The air tasted sharp, a mix of dust and something sour I couldn't name. I slipped the cloth over my eyes. Darkness swallowed me whole. The sounds around me grew louder, distant humming of machines, the clatter of loose debris underfoot, the faint scurry of rats or birds hidden somewhere in the shadows. Every step was a guess, every breath a question. I moved forward, slow at first, the roughness of the ground sinking into my shoes through the thin soles. My hands reached out instinctively, brushing against cold metal poles and crumbling walls. The city was no longer a place I could see, only one I had to feel, smell, and hear. At one point, a sudden clang echoed nearby. I froze. My heart pounded so hard I thought it might burst. Was it a door slamming? A stray piece of metal falling? Or something else? The silence afterward was worse. It pressed against my eardrums, thick and suffocating. I told myself to keep moving. Step by step. Trust the rhythm of my feet. But every sense screamed caution. The wind shifted, carrying a faint, acrid smell that made my stomach turn. I didn't know if the others were watching, waiting for me to fail. No voices came to guide me, no footsteps beside me. Just the city, raw and indifferent. When I finally peeled off the blindfold, the world was sharp and bright again, but I wasn't the same. The industrial district didn't look like just a place anymore, it was a gauntlet. A reminder that some parts of the city were better left to shadows. And yet, I wanted to go back. Maybe to prove I wasn't as foolish as I felt, or maybe because something in that darkness had whispered to me, even if I couldn't quite understand what. The air hung heavy with secrets, and every flicker of a distant neon sign seemed to pulse with hidden meaning. I knew I'd return not just to confront the shadows, but to find what they were trying to tell me. The night hadn't changed much since I took off the blindfold. I should have turned around then. Headed back to the warmth of my apartment, to the familiar hum of my refrigerator and the soft click of the lock on my front door. But something held me there. Something like a knot in my stomach, tightening with every shallow breath. I pulled my phone from my pocket and squinted at the screen. No signal. Of course, no signal. The industrial district wasn't built for cell service. It was a dead zone, like the city had deliberately pushed its boundaries here, leaving this place to rot in silence. Perfect for whatever game that group was playing. Perfect for whatever they wanted to hide. I had to know more. I took a tentative step forward. The gravel crunched sharply under my sneaker. A faint metallic clang echoed somewhere to my left, maybe a loose pipe swinging in the wind or a trash can knocked over by a stray cat. I told myself to keep calm, but my hands trembled so much I nearly dropped the phone. I tried to focus on the sounds, peeling them apart like layers of an onion, the distant rumble of a train, the low buzz of electricity, the muffled drip of water leaking from a cracked pipe. Then, from somewhere ahead, a soft scraping noise. Like something being dragged. Slow, deliberate. I froze. Hello? My voice sounded small and uncertain. The concrete wall swallowed the sound almost instantly, and I waited, breath shallow, heart thudding painfully against my ribs. Nothing answered me. No footsteps came closer. No laughter, no voices. Just that scraping again, now coming from the far end of the alley. I swallowed hard, swallowing the lump of panic rising in my throat. I told myself it was nothing, a piece of trash caught on a crate, a rat scavenging for food. But the rational part of my brain was drowning beneath the weight of instinct, that primal warning that screamed I was not supposed to be here, not alone, not blindfolded. I turned slowly, trying to retrace my steps, but the uneven ground made me stumble. My hand reached out instinctively and grazed a rough surface. Cold. Concrete. The texture was gritty against my palm, and the faint smell of motor oil and rust filled my nostrils. I closed my eyes for a second, trying to steady myself. When I opened them again, I noticed something I hadn't before, a series of faded spray-painted numbers on the wall, 23B, 47C, 89A. They looked like codes, or maybe markers for deliveries or inspections. Nothing that made sense to me, but enough to remind me that people had been here, that this place was part of a larger system. I pocketed my phone and started walking, following the alley deeper into the district. The scraping noise grew louder, now accompanied by a faint, rhythmic tapping. It was impossible to tell if the sounds were close or far, ahead or behind. I wanted to call out again, but my voice felt trapped somewhere in my chest. Around me, the city's industrial heart beat steadily but coldly. Massive pipes snaked overhead, carrying who knew what. Chain-link fences lined the alleys, twisted and broken in places, their sharp edges glinting under the flickering neon. Trash littered the ground, old coffee cups, crushed cans, oily rags. The scent of decay was strong, mixed with the faint chemical tang of solvents and gasoline. I tried to remember what Tyler had said. He was the one who'd invited me to the workout group, the one who'd smiled that sly smile when I asked about the initiation. "It's about trust," he'd said. "You learn to rely on your instincts, your body. It's not just a run. It's a test." He hadn't mentioned the blindfold. Or the isolation. I stopped near a pile of discarded pallets. Something about the way they were stacked, half collapsed, caught my eye. I crouched down, brushing aside bits of broken glass and debris. There, scrawled in messy letters on a torn piece of cardboard, was a message: "Don't trust the light." My breath hitched. What did that even mean? Was it a warning? A joke? Or something else? I stood back up, suddenly aware of how quiet it had become. The scraping and tapping had stopped. The only sound was the distant hum of machinery and the occasional drip of water. Then, a voice. Lost? It was low and rough, coming from behind a stack of crates just around the corner. I froze again, every muscle tensing. The voice was male, but I couldn't tell if it was friendly or threatening. I swallowed hard, trying to steady the rapid beat of my heart. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice steadier than I expected. No answer. Just silence. I took a cautious step forward, then another. The crates blocked my view, but I could see a shadow move just beyond them. A figure, tall, hunched slightly. The shape was vague, but I caught the glint of something reflective, a watch. A ring? I couldn't tell. "Look, I don't want any trouble," I said quickly, hands raised in a peaceable gesture. "I'm just trying to." A sudden noise cut me off. A sharp clatter, like a metal pipe falling to the ground. The figure disappeared. I blinked, disoriented. The alley was empty again. A cold breeze swept past me, carrying with it the faintest hint of smoke and something else, something like sweat and fear. I backed away slowly, heart pounding so hard I was sure it would burst through my chest. The city felt alive now, watching, waiting. The shadows weren't just empty spaces. They were eyes. I needed help. I needed to find out what this group was really about before it was too late. But more than that, I needed to figure out what that voice had meant. Lost. Was I? I pulled out my phone again. No signal. Of course. I glanced back toward the entrance of the alley, the neon light flickering erratically. The words on the cardboard echoed in my mind, "Don't trust the light." I wasn't sure if I could trust anything anymore. The city had shifted beneath my feet, transformed into something dangerous and unknowable. And I was right in the middle of it. I had to keep moving. I had to find answers. But as the night deepened and the shadows thickened, I realized one thing with cold clarity. Whatever game I'd agreed to play, the rules were far more brutal and far less forgiving than I'd ever imagined. And someone was watching. Waiting. I just didn't know why. Yet. The alley's neon sign sputtered again, casting sickly green flickers over the cracked pavement. I swallowed hard, my mouth suddenly dry, and pressed my palm against the rough brick wall. The texture was cold, gritty, like the city itself, indifferent and unyielding. My fingers trembled despite my efforts to steady them. I had crossed a line, though I wasn't sure when exactly it happened. The initiation wasn't just a test of endurance or trust, it was a trap, and I was already caught. I took a tentative step forward, each footfall muffled by the blindfold's thick fabric wrapped tightly around my eyes. The darkness wasn't just a lack of light, it was a suffocating presence. The faint stink of oil and rust filled my nostrils, mixed with something more subtle, something sour, like sweat and old fear. My ears strained, trying to pick out any hint of movement or a voice. Silence. Complete silence. I whispered, "Hello?" My voice sounded small, swallowed by the night, but it was the only sound I could make without betraying my fear. No answer. I moved again, slower this time, counting steps. 20. Then 15. I wasn't sure if I was going in circles or if the uneven pavement was shifting beneath me like quicksand. A loose piece of gravel crunched sharply underfoot, startling me enough to curse under my breath. My hands reached out instinctively, brushing against a cold metal fence. The spikes were blunt but jagged enough to draw a thin line of blood along my palm. I tasted iron. That was when I heard it, footsteps. Faint but deliberate, echoing somewhere behind me. Not random city noise. They weren't hurried, but they weren't aimless either. Someone was following. Watching. I froze. My breath hitched, filling my ears louder than the footsteps. Another step. Then another. Closer. "Hey!" I called out, voice cracking. "I'm blindfolded." "Who's there?" No reply. Only the steady, measured sound of footsteps keeping pace just out of reach. Panic rose in my chest. My hands clenched into fists. I had no way to know if the person was friend or foe. The group's initiation wasn't just cruel, it was dangerous. I realized, suddenly, how isolated I was. No signal on my phone. No one to hear me if anything happened. I took a deep breath and forced myself to move again, faster this time, relying on memory and instinct. The industrial district wasn't just deserted, it was a maze of rusted machinery, broken glass, and yawning pits. Every step could be my last if I wasn't careful. I pictured the jagged edges of a forgotten loading dock, the slick patches of oil that could send me sprawling. I had to keep my mind sharp. Why would they make us do this? I muttered to myself. What's the point? The footsteps behind me quickened, then slowed, as if the person was trying to keep pace without alarming me. I cursed my own naivety. This wasn't a workout group. It was a game, a twisted, merciless game. I thought about turning, ripping off the blindfold, but the cold voice from earlier echoed too loudly in my mind, lost. Was I? I stayed still, listening. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Then, a voice, low and calm, close enough to feel the breath on my skin. You're not lost yet. My heart slammed against my ribs. I wanted to shout, to run, to scream, but my throat locked up. Who's there? I managed. Someone who knows the rules, the voice replied. Or at least, some of them. The words felt like a slap. I'd been trying to figure out the group's purpose, their game, but this was something else entirely. A code. A warning. The voice continued, "You don't get to quit now. Not after this far." I swallowed again, tasting bile. Why? What do you want from me? A faint chuckle, dry and humorless. It's not about what we want. It's about what you're willing to lose. The blindfold's fabric shifted slightly as the person moved away. The footsteps faded into the distance, swallowed by the night. I stood alone again, heart pounding so loudly I thought it might echo off the buildings. I realized then the truth I'd been avoiding. There was no going back. The initiation wasn't just a challenge, it was a point of no return. If I stopped now, I'd be trapped. The city's shadows would close in, and no one would come for me. I dropped to my knees, hands digging into the cold ground. The rough concrete bit into my skin through my shirt. I wanted to scream, but the city was too cruel a place for that. Instead, I forced myself up, wiped the grime from my face, and took the next step forward. Somewhere ahead, a faint light flickered. Not the neon glow from before, but something steadier. A door? A window? I didn't know. I just knew I had to reach it. My phone buzzed suddenly, vibrating weakly in my pocket. I pulled it out, hope rising too fast. The screen lit up, but not with signal bars. A single message blinked. "Welcome to the real test." The words chilled me. The initiation wasn't over. It was only just begun. I pushed myself forward, blindfold still tight. My hands scraped against a cold metal railing. The smell of burnt rubber and decay grew stronger. Somewhere nearby, a dog barked, a harsh, lonely sound that made me jump. I wondered if anyone else was out here or if the city's dangerous underbelly had swallowed them whole. I tried to focus on breathing, on footsteps, on anything to keep from unraveling. I kept counting, moving blindly through the industrial maze, knowing with every step that someone was still watching, still waiting. The city wasn't just alive. It was hungry. And now, I was prey. The light ahead flickered again, steady now, like a beacon in the darkness. My phone buzzed again, a weak pulse in my pocket. I yanked it out, fumbling with the screen, desperate for anything, signal, a lifeline, a clue. The message was the same, "Welcome to the real test." I bit back a dry laugh, hollow and bitter. Real test, huh? I'd been running blindfolded through this godforsaken industrial wasteland for what felt like hours, and now the stakes were higher. I could smell something else, something metallic, like copper or blood. No, that was just the rust and grease, but my mind played tricks. I forced myself to breathe steadily, counting steps in my head. 1, 2, 3. A dog barked again, sharp and lonely, echoing off the brick walls. It was close. Too close. I froze, heart hammering, listening hard. No footsteps behind me, but I couldn't be sure. Maybe someone else was out here. Maybe someone was waiting. The door frame gave way under my fingers, and I stepped forward, the ground rough beneath my shoes, littered with scraps of cardboard and shattered glass that crunched faintly. I pressed my palm against the wall, feeling the uneven bricks, some crumbling, others slick with grime. The air grew colder, damper. A faint dripping sound, water. Something leaking? My skin prickled. "Hey," a voice whispered behind me. Low, hesitant. Not quite threatening, but close enough to make me jerk away. My hands scrambled to protect my face, still blindfolded. "Who's there?" I said, voice cracking. A laugh, dry and short. You don't know, do you? The voice moved closer, circling like a slow predator. Thought this was just a workout, huh? Running blindfolded through the city's worst. But it's more than that. I swallowed hard, every instinct begging me to run, but where? The darkness pressed in on all sides. The cold metal railing I'd been following was gone. Only the faint glow ahead. Why are you doing this? I asked, voice steadier than I felt. What do you want? The laughter came again, sharper now, almost amused. We want to see what you're made of. If you can survive. I wanted to argue, to say I wasn't some lab rat, some experiment. But my mouth dried up. My hand shook so badly I almost dropped my phone. Look, I said, trying to keep calm, I don't want trouble. I just want to finish this, get out. Silence. Complete silence. Then, footsteps. Fast. Too fast. They weren't walking anymore, running. My breath hitched. The sound came from my left, bouncing off the empty warehouses, growing louder, closer. I spun toward it, arms outstretched, trying to protect myself, to feel for anything solid. Stop. I shouted. A hand grabbed my wrist. Cold, strong, unyielding. Panic surged. I yanked away, heart ready to burst through my ribs. Another hand caught my other arm. I was trapped, caught in a vice of cold flesh and intent. The blindfold slipped as I struggled, falling away to reveal a pair of eyes, sharp, calculating, gleaming under the flickering light. The man's face was obscured by crime, but his smile was clear, too wide, too eager. Not so fast, he said, voice low, almost friendly. You're not finished yet. Not by a long shot. I pulled back, stumbling over loose gravel, trying to put distance between us. My legs burned, muscles screaming in protest. The dog barked again, closer this time, frantic. I looked around, searching for an escape. Why are you doing this? I asked again, desperation creeping in. Who are you people? He shrugged, stepping forward, the shadows swallowing half his face. We're the ones who make the city move. The ones who survive when everyone else hides. You're just the newest player. And you're already running out of time. His words hit me like a punch. Time? Running out? I scanned the space, heart thudding against my ribs. The flickering light ahead, the door, was the only way out. If I could reach it. I lunged forward, dodging his grasp, scraping my hands on rough concrete. My fingers found a pipe, cold and slick. I grabbed it, using it like a crutch, pushing myself forward. The man cursed, but didn't follow. Not immediately. A sudden crash echoed behind me. I didn't look back. My lungs burned, legs trembling as I sprinted toward the light, the uneven ground threatening to trip me. The air was thick with the acrid smell of smoke and something faintly metallic, fear, maybe. I reached the door frame and yanked it open, stumbling into a narrow alley lit by a single, steady bulb. Relief flooded through me, but I couldn't stop. Not yet. I pressed my back against the cold brick, panting, ears straining for any sign of pursuit. The dog was there, sitting in the shadows, watching me with bright, intelligent eyes. It didn't bark this time. Instead, it tilted its head, almost as if it understood. I touched my wrist. The skin was raw where he'd grabbed me, the cold still lingering. The blindfold lay crumpled at my feet, useless now. The phone buzzed again. I pulled it out, hand shaking, and saw a new message. You made it this far. Now, face the final truth. I stared at the screen, the words burning into my mind. The city was no longer just hungry. It was waiting. Watching. And I was right in the middle of something much bigger than a workout. I wanted to run, scream, call for help. But I was alone. And no one would hear me. The alley stretched ahead, dark and silent, except for the faint sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming closer. The cold air hit me first, a sharp reminder that I was still out there, alone, blindfolded, and breathing hard. My legs ached, every muscle trembling with exhaustion, but I knew stopping wasn't an option. I kept moving, not because I felt brave, but because the thought of standing still made the silence unbearable. I was supposed to find my way back to the gym, to the others, but the city's industrial district offered no kindness to a blindfolded runner. Just shadows and danger wrapped around every corner. I remember the moment when the blindfold was finally yanked away. It wasn't a gentle removal, more like a sudden snatch, as if the person doing it wanted me to be disoriented. Light flooded my vision, harsh and unforgiving. The street lamp above flickered weakly, casting long, jittery shadows across cracked concrete and rusting metal containers. The smell hit me then, a thick, bitter mix of oil and something sour, like spilled milk left to rot in the heat. I blinked again, trying to ground myself. "Welcome back," a voice said, quiet but sharp. The man stood just a few feet away, his expression unreadable beneath the brim of a worn cap. "You made it through." I swallowed hard, my throat tight. I don't understand. Why this? Why the blindfold run? He shrugged, like it was the most natural thing in the world. "If you want to be part of this group, you need to know what it's like to move through the city's underbelly without sight. To trust your instincts, your other senses." His eyes didn't quite meet mine. Not everyone makes it. I wanted to ask what happened to those who didn't, but I didn't. Talking felt pointless. Instead, I just stood there, the cold creeping through my soaked clothes, and tried to make sense of it all. The night air was thick with distant sounds, the clatter of a dumpster lid somewhere behind me, the uneven thud of a rat scurrying across metal. A dog barked far off, sharp and sudden, then silence again. My heart still hammered, but now it wasn't just from running. It was something deeper, a slow gnawing awareness that I had been a pawn in something far more dangerous than I'd ever imagined. Why didn't anyone help? I finally asked, voice rough. When I was stumbling. When I almost fell through that broken fence. He looked away, his jaw tightening. Because no one was supposed to. This is a test. You learn to survive with no one watching. I ran my hand over the rough texture of the brick wall beside me, trying to steady myself. The skin on my palms was raw from trying to feel my way along the alley, and the bitter taste of dirt mixed with sweat lingered in my mouth. But what if someone had been hurt? Or worse? He didn't answer. Instead, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small slip of paper, handing it to me without a word. The words were scrawled hastily, "Welcome to the real race." The real race. I remembered then, this group wasn't just about fitness or camaraderie. It was about survival, about pushing limits in a way that felt less like sport and more like a gamble with fate. I took a deep breath, trying to swallow the lump in my throat. My legs felt like jello, and my chest burned with exhaustion, but there was something else now, a flicker of determination. I wasn't the same person who had nervously signed up for the gym's exclusive workout group weeks ago. That person would have turned away, called it crazy and walked home. But I'd made it through the blindfold run, through the harsh night air and the unforgiving streets. "Why did you pick me?" I asked, voice softer this time. "Why let me do this?" The man's gaze finally met mine. Because you don't quit. You keep moving, even when it's impossible to see the way. That's what counts. I nodded, the weight of his words sinking in. Maybe that's what I needed all along, the brutal lesson that survival meant more than just strength or speed. It meant trust. In yourself, in your instincts, in the uncomfortable truth that sometimes you're completely alone. I looked around, the city's industrial district suddenly less hostile and more real. The flickering street lamp above cast a steady glow now, no longer threatening but steady and reliable. The harsh smells and the distant noises became part of the landscape I was finally learning to navigate without sight. Will I be able to run with you all again? I asked, the hope in my voice cautious but genuine. The man smiled then, a small, almost imperceptible upturn of his lips. If you want to. But remember, this isn't just a workout. It's a commitment. You need to be ready for whatever comes next. I hesitated, the old fear rising briefly, but it was drowned out by something stronger, resolve. I was ready. Or at least, I would be. As we walked back toward the gym, the city seemed to breathe around us, a living, breathing challenge. I kept my eyes wide open this time, taking it all in, the cracked pavement, the distant hum of machinery, the faint smell of rain on concrete. Every detail mattered. When we reached the gym's entrance, I paused and looked back once more at the darkened streets behind me. The memory of running blindfolded, the isolation, the sharp edges of the night, they would stay with me. But so would the lesson I'd learned. Sometimes the scariest thing isn't what you can't see, but the choice to keep moving anyway. I stepped inside, the door closing softly behind me. The noise and light of the gym felt overwhelming at first, but it was a relief too, proof that I had made it back. Safe. Changed. I wasn't sure what the future held with this group, or how many more challenges they'd throw at me. But for the first time, I felt like I belonged somewhere. Not because I was the fastest or the strongest, but because I had faced fear and kept going. That night, as I lay in bed, my body sore and my mind racing, I understood something important. The city's dark corners weren't just threats, they were mirrors. They showed me who I was when everything else was stripped away. And maybe, just maybe, that person was stronger than I ever believed. Silence. Complete silence. And finally, a breath of peace. Story 6, Altered Memories, Haunted Family Photographs. I never thought much about old photographs until the family reunion last summer. The house smelled the way I remembered it, a mix of old wood, lemon-scented cleaner, and something faintly metallic, like blood, but I told myself that was just my imagination. I wiped my hands on my jeans, feeling the rough texture of the fabric, and stepped inside. The air inside was cooler, thick with the scent of brewing coffee and something else I couldn't quite place. Vanilla? Cinnamon? Maybe just the remnants of my Aunt Helen's baking. I was early, which wasn't unusual for me. I liked the quiet before everyone burst in with their chatter and the inevitable small disputes about who got stuck sitting next to whom. I wandered into the living room, where the walls were crowded with framed photos from decades past. Faces frozen in time. My fingers brushed over the dusty wood of the mantelpiece. There was the big group shot from the summer of '89, my cousins, my siblings, my parents all squeezed together in front of the lake. The sun caught on the glass, making the faces inside flicker with a strange glow. I leaned in closer, squinting to make out details. That was when I noticed it. The corner of the photo, near the edge where my Aunt Marlene used to stand, looked different. Or had it always been like that? I shook my head, blinking hard. Maybe the glare was playing tricks on me. "Hey, you here early too?" The voice startled me, and I turned to see my cousin Sarah stepping inside, her hands jammed deep in her jacket pockets. Her breath made little clouds in the cool air. "Yeah," I said, trying to sound casual. Just wanted to get a head start before the crowd. I nodded toward the photo. Hey, have you ever noticed anything weird about these pictures? Like, sometimes they look off. Sarah raised an eyebrow and moved closer. Off? How do you mean? I hesitated. I don't know. Like, faces changing. Not like with Photoshop or anything, but small stuff. Expressions that don't match what I remember. Or someone's eyes looking different. She chuckled softly, but there was an edge to it. You've been reading too many mystery novels. Maybe. I smiled, but a cold shiver ran down my spine. It's probably nothing. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me from behind the glass. We settled onto the faded green couch, the cushions sinking under our weight. The murmur of voices grew louder in the kitchen. Plates clattered, and someone dropped a spoon with a sharp clink. Did you bring those old albums? Sarah asked. Mom said they're in the attic. I nodded. Yeah, in the trunk by the window. I stood, the wooden floor creaking beneath my feet. The attic stairs groaned as I climbed, the air turning cooler and dustier the higher I went. I could taste the stale dust on my tongue, and the faint rustle of old pages and brittle photographs made me wonder why I'd never explored up here before. The trunk was exactly where I remembered, metal clasps dulled by rust, the leather handle cracked and worn. I lifted the lid with a grunt, the hinges protesting. Inside, the albums lay stacked, their covers faded and corners bent. I pulled one out, the smell of old paper and mildew rising up to meet me. Back downstairs, Sarah and I sat cross-legged on the floor, flipping through the pages. The photographs were mostly of family gatherings, birthdays, vacations. Faces smiling, frozen in moments that should have been solid and unchanging. But as I stared, a cold feeling settled over me. The faces weren't quite right. The smile that had seemed warm last year looked forced now. The eyes that had been bright were dull. And in one picture of my missing uncle, gone for nearly 20 years, his posture was different, as if he was leaning towards someone who wasn't there. Do you see that? I whispered. Sarah leaned in, lips pressed tight. It's just the way the light hits it. No, look closer. I pointed to the corner of the photo where a shadow pooled, oddly shaped. That wasn't there before. She frowned, biting her lip. Maybe someone switched the photo? Or it got damaged. I shook my head. No one's been up here since last year. And Mom is too careful about these things. A sudden draft made the pages flutter. The attic window rattled in its frame. The house seemed to hold its breath. I swallowed hard, the hairs on the back of my neck prickling. That's when I started noticing changes, I said quietly. Not just here. At the last reunion, too. Faces shifted, ever so slightly. Like memories bleeding over each other. Sarah's eyes widened. That sounds unsettling. Unsettling doesn't cover it. I closed the album slowly, the cover creaking. I can't explain it. It's like someone's rewriting our past. She glanced around, as if expecting someone to hear us. Do you think? Don't say it, I interrupted. I know how that sounds. The room grew quiet again, except for the ticking of the old clock on the wall, each second stretching longer than the last. Later, when everyone gathered around the dining table, the chatter resumed, but I was distracted. The photos kept creeping into my mind, their impossible shifts, the way the missing ones seemed to be erased bit by bit, replaced by faces I didn't recognize but somehow felt familiar. I caught my mother's eye across the room. Her face was tight, a shadow passing over it. I wondered if she saw what I saw. or if she was just as afraid to admit it. The evening wound down, the sun dipping below the horizon and the house settling into a quiet hum. I stood by the window, watching the streetlights flicker on. A cold breeze slipped through the cracked window, carrying the scent of wet leaves and something else, something I couldn't place but felt deep in my chest. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe I was just tired, letting memories twist in the dark. But I knew one thing for sure. This year's reunion wouldn't be like the others. Something was already wrong. And it was only just beginning. The house had gone quiet, but sleep was nowhere near me. The photos. They wouldn't leave me alone. Faces shifting, memories bleeding over each other. I blinked against the dim light, trying to recall exactly how the images had changed. The missing cousins, the ones who vanished years ago without a trace, they weren't just fading. They were being replaced. By people I didn't recognize but felt like I should. As if someone else's memories were bleeding into ours, rewriting the past. I caught my mother's glance earlier tonight. Her eyes were sharp, almost too quick to look away. Maybe she was trying to pretend nothing was wrong. Or maybe she saw the same impossible things and was just too afraid to say it out loud. I knew my Aunt Eleanor was watching me too, her lips pressed into a thin line. She's always been the family's anchor, the one who keeps us from falling apart. But even she looked unsettled. I decided I couldn't wait until morning. I needed to start somewhere, anything. If these photos were changing, I had to figure out how and why. The others were already heading to bed, exhausted from the day's reunion chaos. Quiet footsteps patted down the hall. I held my breath. Still awake. It was my cousin Jesse, the one who had always been a little too curious for his own good. He slipped inside, closing the door softly behind him. "Yeah," I whispered. "You saw it too, didn't you? The photos?" He nodded slowly, eyes dark. I thought I was imagining things at first. But no. It's like the faces are shifting, like they don't belong. We sat in silence for a moment, the only sound the low hum of the old radiator sputtering in the corner. The house was older than any of us really remembered. It smelled of faded carpet and something like old smoke. Jesse reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. "I took pictures of every photo I could find downstairs," he said. "I thought if we compare them, maybe we can catch what's changing." I felt a flicker of hope. Good idea. We should do it before anyone else sees and freaks out. He sighed. We're probably already freaking out. But yeah, let's do it. We crept downstairs, the wooden stairs groaning under our weight. The living room was dark except for the weak glow of the streetlight filtering through the curtains. On the mantel, the largest family portrait hung crooked, the glass cracked at one corner. I stared at it, the faces blurred but familiar. Jesse pulled up his photos, zooming in on the faces side by side. "Look here," he said, pointing at the image on his screen. "This is from last year, right? That's my mom, Sarah. But in this one," he tapped a new photo, "her eyes are different. Smaller. And that mole on her cheek is missing." I leaned closer. It was true. I'd never noticed it before, but the change was subtle and clear. My stomach churned. "Maybe it's just the angle," I said, though my voice sounded thin. "Maybe," Jesse said, but his voice was tight. "But it's not just Sarah. Look at Uncle Martin. His smile's different, like he's forcing it." I swallowed hard. What if someone's messing with the photos? Like, actually altering them? But who would do that? And why? A soft creak made us jump. The door to the kitchen was ajar. I could swear I heard a faint shuffling sound, like someone moving around just beyond the doorway. Jesse and I exchanged a glance, then moved closer together. "Probably just Dad," I whispered. "He's always up late." But the feeling in the pit of my stomach said otherwise. Back in the living room, I noticed something else. A small, folded piece of paper tucked behind one of the frames. I pulled it out carefully, the paper brittle and yellowed at the edges. It was a note, written in my grandfather's handwriting, though the ink had faded almost to nothing. It said simply, "Remember what's real. Don't trust the images." My hands trembled as I read it again. What did that mean? Had he known something we didn't? Or was this some sort of warning, left for someone who might never find it? Jesse leaned over my shoulder. "This just got a lot more complicated," he said quietly. We sat there for a long time, the silence stretching between us, filled only by the occasional distant barking of a dog and the steady tick of the old clock on the mantel. I could taste the sharp tang of fear in the back of my throat, bitter and unwelcome. The next morning, the reunion buzzed back to life around us, but I couldn't shake the feeling that everything was different now. The photos, the note, the strange sounds last night, it was like a storm gathering on the horizon, something creeping closer that we couldn't see yet. And the worst part? I wasn't sure who, if anyone, we could trust. At breakfast, I watched my family carefully. My mother avoided looking at the pictures hanging on the walls. Aunt Eleanor kept glancing toward the back hallway, where the old storage room was locked tight. Jesse was quiet, scrolling through his phone, probably reviewing the photos again. Even Dad seemed distracted, his smile a little too quick, his eyes flickering with something I couldn't place. I wanted to ask questions, but the words stuck in my throat. Instead, I said, "We need to check the attic today. I think that's where some of the old photos are stored. Maybe there's something there." My mother's fork clattered against her plate. "The attic? It's full of junk. Nothing but old furniture and boxes." "But maybe the answers are in those boxes," I pressed. "Maybe we're missing something." She looked at me, tired and wary. "Be careful, all right? This house has a way of hiding things you don't want to find." I nodded, though her words only made the knot in my stomach tighten. Later that afternoon, Jesse and I slipped away while the others were distracted by the garden games outside. The attic stairs creaked under our weight, the air thick with dust and the smell of mothballs. I ran my fingers over the rough wooden beams, hearing the faint scuttle of mice somewhere in the shadows. Boxes were stacked haphazardly, some labeled in my grandfather's careful script, others just scrawled with vague dates. We rummaged through old yearbooks, letters, and finally more photographs. But these were different. Black and white. Faded edges curling like leaves in autumn. One photo caught my eye. It was of a family picnic, but the faces were blurry, distorted almost like a bad print. I squinted, trying to make out who was there. Then I saw it, one figure, standing at the edge of the frame, only half there, as if the image had been torn away. Jesse moved closer. "That looks like someone we don't know." I shivered. Or someone who was erased. We were so focused on the photo that we didn't hear the soft footsteps behind us until it was almost too late. A voice whispered in the dark, low and urgent. "You shouldn't be here." We spun around. The attic was empty except for the dust motes dancing in the weak light from the small window. But the voice had come from the shadows near the door. "Who's there?" Jesse said, stepping forward, voice steadier than I felt. No answer. Just silence. Complete silence. And then the door slammed shut with a sudden, muffled bang. I gasped, heart pounding as the room plunged into near darkness. The only light came from the street lamp outside, filtering in with a ghostly glow. "We're not alone," I whispered, dread curling cold around my spine. Jesse fumbled for his phone, the screen flickering weakly. "We need." The attic was colder than I'd expected. Not just because of the season, it was like the temperature had dropped in response to what we'd found. The photo with the half-erased figure sat on the floor between Jesse and me, its faded edges curling up as if trying to pull itself back into the past. I couldn't stop staring. The rest of the house felt muffled, like we'd stepped out of time and into some crooked memory. Jesse's voice cut through the quiet. "Look at this." He held up a small notebook, its cover cracked and yellowed. It didn't have a title. Just some scribbled names inside, dates, and brief notes in my grandfather's handwriting, except the writing grew messier, almost frantic toward the end. I leaned closer, the musty smell of old paper filling my nostrils. The entries listed people, family members we'd never heard of, some with dates that didn't make sense. One name caught my eye, Evelyn. Not the Evelyn we knew, but another. This one's last note ended with the word "disappeared" scrawled twice. "Did you ever hear about this?" I asked. "Evelyn, other Evelyn?" Jesse shook his head, brows knitted. "No." And if she actually disappeared, why wouldn't anyone mention it? The air felt heavier, like the attic was closing in. I rubbed my arms, a chill crawling over my skin. Maybe that's what we're missing. Something the family never wanted to talk about. Something they buried deeper than these photos. The floorboards creaked beneath us, the house settling or maybe protesting. Then a faint noise, soft footsteps, too light to be ours, echoed from the hallway below. We froze. Jesse's eyes darted to the attic door. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. He nodded. "Someone's here." The thought should have been impossible. The house was supposed to be empty except for us, the rest of the family still outside. Yet the sound persisted, faint but deliberate, like someone pacing. "Maybe it's one of the cousins," Jesse suggested, though his voice wavered. "No," I said. "I would have heard them earlier." "It's something else." The attic suddenly felt claustrophobic. I glanced around, the shadows gathering in the corners like dark stains. I wanted to leave, but the notebook and that photo anchored me to the spot. We had to know more. "Look at this," Jesse said, flipping to a page with a rough sketch of the picnic scene from the photo. The figure at the edge was circled, accompanied by a note, "Not family. Unknown. Always watching." I swallowed hard. Watching. What does that even mean? Jesse shrugged, but his fingers trembled. "I don't know." But whoever wrote this was scared. Really scared. We sat in silence, the attic thick with unspoken questions. Then I noticed something else beneath the pile of papers, a small envelope, sealed but brittle. I pulled it free, the paper crackling like dry leaves. No return address, just my grandfather's initials. Curiosity gnawed at me. I broke the seal and unfolded the letter inside. The handwriting was neat, but the words were chilling. "If you find this, it means they've come back. The ones we thought lost weren't taken by chance. We made a mistake. There's no running from what's buried beneath our family. Trust no one." My breath caught. What does that mean? Who's they? Jesse's face paled. Maybe it's not about ghosts or memories. Maybe something is still here, manipulating everything. A sudden noise downstairs startled us, a door slamming, distant voices raised in hushed, urgent tones. We exchanged a look. This was no longer a simple reunion. The house itself felt alive, watching, waiting. "We need to get out," I said, heart hammering. Before, the attic door creaked open slowly. A shadow stretched into the room, tall and unmoving. I froze. Jesse reached out, but I grabbed his arm. Wait. The figure stepped forward. It was Aunt Marla, her face drawn tight, eyes starting nervously. You shouldn't be here, she whispered harshly. Some things were never meant to be uncovered. Her words hit me like a punch. Why? What are you hiding? She glanced over her shoulder, voice dropping. It's not safe anymore. We can't undo what's been set in motion. The air between us thickened, the weight of years pressing down. I realized then that we had crossed a line. There was no turning back. The owls had secrets, yes, but more than that, it had guardians. People willing to keep the past buried, no matter what. I looked at Jesse, the letter still trembling in my hand. We were trapped in a story older than any of us, one that demanded we choose, dig deeper or disappear like the ones who'd come before. Marla's eyes locked onto mine. You don't understand. Once you start pulling at the threads, the whole tapestry unravels. The floorboards groaned beneath the weight of her words. The attic door clicked shut behind her. Silence. Complete silence. I clutched the letter tighter. The room spun just a little. We'd stepped into something far darker than faded photographs and missing faces. And now, the past was closing in fast, with nowhere left to run. The attic door clicked shut behind Marla, and I was left standing in the thick, stale air, the letter clenched so hard my knuckles blanched. Marla's words echoed in my head. Once you start pulling at the threads, the whole tapestry unravels. But what tapestry? Memories? Lies? Or something more dangerous? I wanted to ask Jesse if he thought we could just walk away, forget the shifting faces, the impossible changes in those photos. But the look on his face told me he was already past that point. I stepped forward, the wooden floor cold beneath my bare feet, and stared at the door Marla had closed. It was an old attic door, heavy and warped with age, the peeling paint like dried skin. I could hear faint murmurs from the other side, low voices that I couldn't quite make out. They weren't speaking English. Or maybe they were, but in some broken, urgent way. My throat tightened. Jesse, I whispered, voice cracking. What do we do now? He shook his head slowly, eyes dark under the attic's dim light. We can't just wait around. If there are people in there, people who don't want us digging, then we're already in trouble. I swallowed hard, the taste of dust and old wood filling my mouth. The letter in my hand felt heavier, as if it carried the weight of every unanswered question in the world. I glanced down. The paper trembled in my grip, the ink smudged in places like it had been handled by someone desperate or afraid. Maybe we should try talking to them, I suggested. My voice sounded braver than I felt. Maybe they're not what we think. Jesse's laugh was bitter, a sharp sound that cut through the silence. You really want to bargain with whoever's been watching us all this time? The ones who erased Aunt Lila and Uncle Mark from every photo, every memory? He was right. We weren't dealing with ghosts or hallucinations. These were people. People who had rewritten our history, who had hidden the truth behind layers of time and silence. And if they were willing to go this far, the floor groaned beneath us again. A faint, rhythmic tapping began somewhere below, like fingernails drumming on wood. I couldn't tell if it was a warning or a signal. The house had shifted, it felt colder, darker, as if the walls themselves were closing in. I hugged myself, the rough plaster of the wall scraping against my back. Then the door rattled. We both froze. The handle wiggled, slow and deliberate. Whoever was inside knew we were here. Maybe they had been watching the entire time. The tapping stopped. "Don't open it," Jessie whispered urgently. "We don't know what's waiting." But I was already moving, drawn by a mixture of fear and something stubborn, a need to understand. My fingers found the cold brass knob, and I hesitated only a second before turning it. The door creaked open, revealing a narrow stairwell that plunged into darkness. A faint, flickering light hovered at the bottom, like a candle struggling against the thick shadows. A smell hit me then, sharp, acrid, like burnt rubber mixed with damp earth. I gagged, stepping back. A voice called from below, low and gravelly, but unmistakably human. "You shouldn't be here." It wasn't Marla. Not quite. There was something else in the voice, a rasp, like it had been used too many times to shout warnings no one wanted to hear. "Who's there?" Jessie demanded, stepping beside me. His voice was steadier than mine, but I could hear the edge of panic. "Someone who knows what happens when you dig too deep," the voice said. "Someone who's been waiting." Another sound joined the voice, a soft shuffle, as if someone was moving slowly but deliberately through the darkness. The flickering light bobbed closer, revealing a figure wrapped in a heavy coat, face hidden beneath a wide-brimmed hat. The person stopped just out of clear sight, but I caught a glint of something sharp in their hand, a length of wire, maybe, or a piece of twisted metal. "Listen," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "We're not here to cause trouble. We just want to know what happened to Aunt Lila and Uncle Mark. To all of them." The figure laughed, a dry, humorless sound that made my skin crawl. "You don't want to know. The past is a cage. You open it, and it traps you inside." Jessie tightened his jaw. "We're already trapped. You think we came all this way for nothing?" The figure paused. Then, without warning, they stepped back into the shadows, the light vanishing with them. The tapping started again, this time faster, more frantic, coming from deeper inside the house. "We have to get out," Jessie said. "Now!" But I shook my head. I couldn't leave. Not when the truth was so close, so maddeningly just out of reach. I glanced back at the letter, then at the narrow stairwell. There was a sound behind us, a soft creak, and I whipped around. Marla stood at the attic door, her face pale, eyes wild. "You don't understand," she said breathlessly. "They're not just guarding the past. They're guarding all of us." I stared at her, heart hammering. "What do you mean? Who are they?" Her gaze flicked to the stairwell, then back to us. "They're the ones who erased us. Who took them missing. Every year, the photos change because they want to rewrite history, make sure no one remembers what really happened. And if you keep pushing, they'll come for you next." A cold shiver ran down my spine. The house groaned, the walls seeming to lean in closer, suffocating. "We need to leave," Marla said, voice barely above a whisper. "Before it's too late." But I couldn't move. The letter burned in my hand, a silent promise. The reunion, the photos, the missing faces, it was a puzzle I had to solve, no matter the cost. Outside, a dog barked once, sharp and broken, then fell silent. The shadows lengthened, and the house waited. The house waited. I didn't move. I couldn't. My hand crushed the letter, the paper crumpling but the ink bleeding into the fibers like it wanted to cling to me. The promise to uncover the truth was no longer a choice. It was a demand. Outside, the night pressed in, thick and heavy. The sharp bark of a dog had cut through the silence, but now, even that was gone, replaced by the distant hum of a single street lamp, flickering like a heartbeat. The air smelled like rain, though the sky was clear, and the faint scent of damp plaster rose from the cracked walls around me. It was as if the house was breathing, exhaling decades of secrets. "Marla," I said, voice low, breaking the silence. Who exactly are they? And how do we stop this? She hesitated, biting her lip, eyes darting toward the stairwell again. It's not a ghost story. No spirits. It's worse. They're people. People who don't want anyone digging too deep. They control what we remember, what we're allowed to keep. Every year, the photos change because the memories are replaced. If we keep pushing, they'll erase us too, but for real. I swallowed hard. The weight of it settled like a stone in my stomach. Not just lost relatives, but the possibility that we ourselves could be next, like ghosts fading from memory, wiped clean. But why? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. What do they gain? Marla shook her head. Power. Control. Legacy. If the past is theirs to rewrite, then the future is too. I glanced back at the photos scattered across the attic floor, faded snapshots of sunlit days, frozen smiles that now seemed to ripple and shift before my eyes. Faces blurred, then sharpened, as if the images were alive, struggling to hold on to something just beyond their reach. We didn't speak again. There was no point. The air was thick with unsaid things, with the kind of silence that screams. The next morning, the house was colder, the shadows longer and somehow sharper, as if the night had left a residue behind. I woke early, the letter still folded in my jacket pocket, its edges worn from my grip. The others were quiet downstairs. Marla had disappeared sometime before dawn. I found her on the back porch, staring out at the overgrown garden where wildflowers tangled with weeds. The sky was pale, the first light filtering through gray clouds. She looked smaller somehow, drained. Her hands fidgeted with a threadbare scarf. We can't go back, she said without looking at me. Not really. This place. It's a trap. Every year, the reunion pulls us in deeper. The photos, the memories, they're a prison. I nodded, though the ache in my chest felt like a chain tightening. Then what do we do? Let them rewrite everything? Forget who we were? Marla's laugh was bitter. No! We fight. But not by chasing ghosts. We fight by remembering. By documenting the truth as best we can. We take the photos, the letters, the stories, and we share them. Outside this house. Outside this family. I glanced back toward the attic window. The place that held all those shifting images, all those altered memories. It felt like a wound, raw and fragile. Maybe that's why the photos change, I said slowly. Because they want to stop us from talking. From telling the stories that don't fit their version. She nodded. Exactly. They're terrified of the truth because it breaks their power. The reunion that year ended differently. No smiling group photos, no forced laughter around the dinner table. Instead, we gathered in the living room, the air thick with quiet resolve. I passed around copies of the old letters we'd found, the notes scribbled in the margins, the faded maps marking places no one had dared visit for years. We talked. Really talked for the first time in decades about the missing, about what we remembered and what we didn't, about the faces in the photos that no longer matched the ones we knew. It wasn't easy. Tears came, voices shook, memories clashed and merged. The house seemed to listen, its walls absorbing the stories, the confessions, the grief. There was no magic to undo the changes, no simple solution to the erasure. But there was something stronger than fear or silence. Connection. Marla looked at me across the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, a small, tired smile breaking through. We can't change the past, but we can choose what we carry forward. I realized then how much I'd changed. The obsession with finding a clear answer, the neat puzzle completed, had given way to something messier but more honest. Acceptance, maybe. Or at least understanding. Weeks later, back in my own apartment, I sat alone in the dim light of a desk lamp, the reunion photos spread out like a mosaic of fractured memories. Some faces still shifted if I looked too long, edges blurring like smoke caught in a breeze. But I no longer stared at them with dread. Instead, I traced the outlines with my finger, as if trying to hold onto something slipping through my hands. The letter, now carefully preserved in a folder, lay beside me. The promise of uncovering the truth remained, but it wasn't a burden anymore. It was a reminder that history is never a fixed thing, that memories can be fragile and fallible, sometimes rewritten by those with power. But stories, when shared, have a way of surviving. I thought about Marla, about the family, about the missing faces, about how we all bear fragments of each other's pasts, tangled and overlapping, like the threads of a worn tapestry. Outside, a distant dog barked once. Sharp. Broken. And then silence. I closed my eyes and let the quiet settle, a fragile kind of peace. The house would wait. We wouldn't.